Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the moment we have been waiting for. It is the regional finals for EMEA, and that means that we will be sending our teams to land. That's right. It has taken 2.5 months to get to this moment. Teams have been fighting, clawing, failing, and succeeding, all for today. Who will claim the top spots in EMEA? We're about to find out. But of course, you watching at home, we want to welcome you to another great broadcast of the ALGS. It's great to have you back. My name is Rain Day. I'll be your host today, but I am not alone. Can you imagine I did this whole thing alone? No. That's not possible. We had to bring the best to join us with it. And of course, the gentleman in me says, ladies first. Vicky Kitty, you are here, ready to go. It's regional finals. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I mean, wrapping up that energy, Rain Day, I feel like you absolutely can carry this because right now we got regional finals. It's finally here, and this is the day that we get to see who these winners are going to be meeting each other at land.
Listen, I've solo cast before. If you ever have a YouTube career, you know you have to learn how to talk for a long time with no one else there. But if someone could instantly do that better than me, or can just do this whole thing by himself, I got to introduce him. It's my man, Dia. He knows so much about the game, and it's always a pleasure to work with you, my friend. How you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. A little too hyped up, if anything. After that, I do not know if I can talk nearly as well, but I can promise that I'm absolutely dialed in to cover one of the very few match point days that we get throughout the year. These are always some of the most exciting, so Rain Day, I've been waiting since Friday. I can't wait to get into it.
It's true. He's been sending us messages. I can't wait. I'm so excited for this week. I think since the 12th. So it is true. Also, because Vicky and Dia and I do shows together doesn't mean that we're going to keep it like that for the regional finals. No, we had to bring in someone special, someone to help fill out this squad, this trio, and make it four. And also, we needed someone who was smart enough to finish a test in 10 minutes and get 100% on it. And he gets, some EMEA Apex as well. You know what I'm talking about. It's Zephyr. Ben, what's up, baby? How you doing?
Trust me, I'm just as excited as any one of you three, but I will be focused. I will adhere to the numbers that we have to crack as we make our way through this lovely match point series.
Well, I absolutely love it. And for everyone watching, we are excited to move into what will really matter, which is the performances today by these teams. Everything is on the line, but it always is interesting to me to see who performs, who takes it, and who kind of watches it pass them by. Let's go to as it stands, though, because overall, they say bad, but in the good way, to see them play, and they have absolutely earned their spot. But what other 7 teams will join them? Well, we'll find that out in a moment, but I think what may be more important, what maybe some of you have been trying to figure out, and you will get to know now, is where they will be joining them. Here we go. Let's introduce our location for our Split 1 playoffs.
I just got word that land is in Los Angeles this year.
Wait, we don't have to move the green screen this time?
Bro, we don't got to move it at all.
Let's go.
Tickets will go on sale on March 22nd on Friday at GalenCenter.org. So make sure you go to GalenCenter.org and grab your tickets to be there. Also, this QR code right here, I think, yeah, it's right here. You can go ahead, use your phone right now. Take it out. Go ahead. Do it. You know you want to do it, and you can go and get all the information for the website and find out all the details for LAN, which will be in the city of Angels, my hometown, Los Angeles. I can't wait. I'm sorry, London. We love you, but we 3 times last year. We're bringing it over here, okay? I actually had nothing to do with this decision, but I want to talk to my friends, guys. LAN, we have announced Vicky. You got to go coast to coast, but LA, it's a pretty good place to end up.
It's the city where stars are made, and what better place to see those stars duke it out and find out who the champ is after Split 1, because LA, we are here, and I cannot wait to see the rest of you guys there.
It's going to be fun. Zephyr, you been to LA a bunch? First time? No?
No, not my first time. I actually had the chance to visit this last summer and check it out. So the fact that I'll get the chance to go again and experience that lovely kind of scenery alongside not just you guys, but the fans themselves is a huge advantage.
D, I think that's one of the things, when LAN is happening, it's so exciting, all the players, but just stepping away for a moment, it's really seeing the fans, the players, and the broadcast and everyone behind the scenes interact in person that makes it so special.
Yeah, the best parts of LAN, outside of the fact that we get literally the best competition possible in the world, is the sense of community that we find when everybody is in person. And I'll tell you, Rain Day, the first time that I went to a LAN and I was able to start talking about Apex Legends at the competitive level and have not everybody look at me like I'd suddenly grown a second head is crazy.
Yeah, third head would have me asking questions right now. We may have to. Okay, production, let's move. He gave away the secret. That's how he's so smart, guys. But there's still business to handle here for today, especially if you want to get to LAN. So all jokes aside, all fun aside, you have to put the merriment away and lock it up until you can make sure that you can get there. And that's what we're seeing today. As we look at the teams, as it stands, it's Aurora clearly already with their playoff spot secured. Not a Spinseer Alliance, 07, Passion UA, Made in Heaven, 2 Rats, 1 Controller, and Element 6. Those teams I just mentioned are now qualified for LAN, but everything could change today. Any of the point totals that these teams achieve from 1st to 2nd to 3rd, all the way down to 19th place, will add to the current points they have. So potentially a terrible day for one of these top 8 teams and a great day for a team like Lastique de France or Cybercats could mean the difference between someone like Element 6 going home or like Cybercats going in. So we have to pay attention to all of that. Of course, big thank you and good luck in the PLQ to the teams who are no longer in our pro league, and we'll have to battle it out to be there, but it's going to be an interesting day. Vicky, I want to talk to you though, because we do have so many teams in the lead. Aurora's, these big names already carving out their chunk of probably going to LAN. But there's a lot of outliers.
Absolutely. I mean, now that we see that these teams are competing to play on the big stage in LA, why don't we highlight the teams that are the outlier picks for me, the teams to definitely look at that are challenging for a spot with their success rate. I want to start off with Cybercats first. I want to give them a 50% here because they're currently at 10th place right now overall. The closest team out of the rest of these teams that we're highlighting that are on that top 7 benchmark without factoring the winning the regional final into play. The only team in EMEA right now that are also using the Wraith, Mad Maggie, and Caustic on World's Edge, they need to get preferably a 6th place or higher by the end of the regional finals day today, because we already saw how close it is in that section of teams that are actually duking for a spot to play in LAN. Now, the second team I want to highlight, Forge. I'm giving them a 40% because they are currently 12, tied with Omit, but they're projecting upwards after the Season 20 changes and have been within the top 10 consistently playing after these changes versus their early split performance. And at the moment, they need to get a 3rd and above if possible, but it's more than likely that they need that big dub to put themselves in that conversation. Moving on, I highlighted them before, and this is a team that I'm definitely excited to see perform today. It's gonna be Omit. I'm giving them a 65% success rate right now as they are tied with Forge, but they have been projecting upwards ever since those changes and have stayed the same with these high numbers. 3rd and above is very possible with this team. And then moving on to full English, this team needs a miracle to happen. With 35%, they are currently in 16th, where they always happen to follow this trend of having a bad day into a good day back to back with a day streak. Then following that pattern, in the cards, they should do very well for today's regional final, but will it be enough to drop 20 plus points for the overall standing unless, again, they somehow know how to perform these miracles and they win the day for the regional final?
Going to be interesting. Thank you so much for the highlight of those teams, Vicky, and make sure as you're watching to pay attention to see if they can make something miraculous happen. A win, that guarantees them in land. So maybe that's the easiest and simplest answer for some of those teams. But we challenged this season in a different way than before. It wasn't just competitors who challenged them. It was the actual game. Season 20 came out and changed things. And in some ways, it hurt the pacing of teams who like to transition very early into zone, because if you did that, you paid an even steeper penalty in not being geared out for those final fights. Dia, sometimes you could see a team take a change like this and run with it. Sometimes, though, teams struggle.
It is true, and hard zone teams have been the ones that have had the most difficult time. I actually want to take a look at the comparison between some of our teams that are playing Edge, like Alliance and perhaps taking more active positions, and Team Portugal. This is just one example of an end game that we pulled from the very first match of last week's games, where Alliance, in their end zone, have purples and reds, get to slide down from a really active position and take the game up against Team Portugal, who are one of our most successful zone teams in EMEA right now. For Alliance, this, for all intents and purposes, was a very easy cleanup and a really high kill game, sharply contrasted with Team Portugal. Of course, credit to Passion UA, who did slide right in between them, but I want to focus on this sort of first and third place, with Alliance having plenty of kills alongside the win, and Team Portugal getting third, a respectable placement, but with no kills and comparatively a lot less damage. The struggles of zone teams aren't just whether they're prioritizing active positions, though it's how those active positions transfer into their shields. This actually perfectly illustrates that health disparity that they're encountering this year, where on the right hand side you can see where the new breakpoints, when you'll hit blue shields, when you'll hit purple shields, is. And right now everybody's damage, while it's pretty close, is only actually getting you 2 blue shields. If it's not coming from evos, if it's not coming from harvesters, PvE, scanning rings, whatever it may be, zone teams are at a big disadvantage when it comes to getting access to purple shields, because the damage is never going to get you there on its own. This is something interesting with Team Portugal, where they're actually hitting blue shields quite quickly compared to everyone else. They're just not able to transfer it up to purple using those other things that we've mentioned, Rainday.
You know, I love this because Apex, in a way, just congratulations on implementing 100 new items, 100 new things to do, essentially changing the game, but keeping it the same. Yet, in a way, it reminds me of power spikes that you see in traditional MOBA type games, where you have this moment where you get your ability, you get a little over leveled. Teams like Aurora, they've been fantastic at adopting not only the new legend in this meta, Lifeline, that has kind of come out of nowhere, but using that supply crate drop to get the full Evo cash, kind of hard leveling hard decky and getting him to purple as well. So they get those 2 purples early, they fight, and they've been proving it by being far and ahead, the best team in EMEA. But that team is on one side of the threshold. Another team sitting at 8th, Zephyr, is element 6. They started this out with 2 wins in 3 days. They get first. So, I mean, pretty simple. That's all they got to do, it seems like, to take it easy. Let's go ahead, though, and rewind back to earlier this week, because as teams were preparing, many had different thoughts. Some struggling with team composition, some just trying to get their mind right. We had a chance to sit down and talk with Element 6's Kay Swinney and see how he felt going into the finals and, of course, potentially LAN.
Hello, I'm Kay Swinney. I'm from Element 6. My teammates are Slab and CJ Racked, and my coach is Sineska. Yeah, we start really well this season. We start with 2 wins in 3 days, but we are contested, as you guys know, so we try to make sure they make less point than us, right, every time, but it impacts our gameplay as well. Everything changed, the Horizon changed, the crafting changed, the caustic meta. We try to adapt, but it's been tough for us recently, not gonna lie. We are working on some stuff at the moment. We kinda start the lifeline meta in EU, but once people start to play it around us, that impact us negatively, so we kinda nerf ourselves in a certain way. We're still trying to figure out what's the best for us, but we're gonna adapt and find our way to play in this season 20. We obviously are under pressure. We try to make the fan proud as much with all the noise they've been doing in Birmingham for us, but I don't think as a team we feel pressured. It's different. We work hard, we try our best considering everything, the contest, the meta change. I clearly think without this multiple event, we would be ending the split top 2 behind Aurora's split. But the result might don't show it, but the boys have been really strong this split and the team have been really solid. They can be proud of them. But yes, I never failed a LAN qualification yet. Qualifying on LAN or no, I think we have been trying our best and we're gonna give everything we have this Sunday.
You heard it from him himself. Never failed to qualify for LAN. Will this be the first time or will he continue? I think my bet is probably on Kay Swinney getting the job done, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. Zephyr, what was your reaction to how Kay Swinney handled the questions and also his demeanor heading into this weekend?
You know what? I love the confidence because at the end of the day, it gets harder, right? It's not just LCDF, which has been a thorn in the side of Element 6 in this split one. It's going to be Go Next as well, who is going to be contesting them on World's Edge likely all day long. So for a team that is in 8th right now, already holding a LAN spot just on the bare edge of their fingertips, it will be incredibly tough. But the fact that they have the mentality to go with it, that's the best you can hope for.
Well, instead of predictions, I want to go back to something you had said earlier, Vicky, and kind of cement the planting of the roots of the storyline of the outliers, kind of water that a bit. And then Dia, finish with you on some of the predictions for the top teams and how you think they'll perform today. But Vicky, going back to those outliers, really we looked at 8th place. It's still far away. For everyone else besides Cybercats, I think LCDF, it's very far. Realistically, a win is the easiest way, I think, for them to actually advance. How do you think they're going to go about this? And do you see any of those outliers maybe stealing the show today?
That's why the topic has always been after the season 20 changes. Is it too little, too late? The teams that were very confidently settled in the top half of the overall standings that we've been seeing so far for these top 20 teams, and then the bottom end teams where they started figuring things out, they started experimenting, they started becoming trailblazers for different legend comps that we've been exposed to across multiple different regions, not even just in EMEA. And you look at Cybercats being that closest team that I highlighted before, holding 70 points, and then you compare it to E6, right, who are on that border, who have 84 points. You need to have not only a heavy frag day, but it also comes into question how consistent your team can be. Yes, we're seeing these 50-50s go down on teams like E6 over by Skyhook, but let's not forget that this is match point format. We're changing each map after every 2 games. This is a very different pacing than what a normal match day would provide.
And it is a very different challenge because we've only seen 2 teams in person win match point format and actually at playoffs or at championships get the job done, which means that it is a certain thing you need, Dia, to be able to be a top team in this situation. A lot of those outliers, they've got the chance, but for some reason don't put it together, and it usually ends up being the Auroras, the Navis, the Alliances, the people in that position. So do you anticipate that today? And what do you think the top teams right now are thinking going into this, since some of them actually are feeling pretty safe?
Yeah, many of our top teams can and should be taking this as an opportunity to prepare for the much more difficult lobbies that they'll be facing once we get to playoffs. Because as strange as it may sound, Rain, we've never had a team that was placed outside of LAN qualification suddenly win match point and qualify themselves. It's never happened. So in order for any team to surpass, especially the squads that are already in that top 5 area where they're feeling a lot more safe, for anybody to actually leapfrog them would be a monumental, literally Apex Legends history-making achievement. I think if you're a top team already, you were expecting this to be smooth sailing, and you're preparing to up your win rate because that's what you need, not just to win today, but when it comes to playing on the big stage.
Absolutely right. It has never happened before. A team outside of qualifying range winning the regional finals. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone watching, our casters, our crew, is today the day that history is made. Aurora has set themselves above and beyond, but who are the other 7 teams in EMEA that will join them at LAN in Los Angeles? We'll find out right now, but let's send it over to the casters. The players are ready. Vicky, Dia, let's kick off our regional finals.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Dia, it is finally time to see who our LAN participants will be from EMEA. And these teams have been duking it out for so long to lead up to this. We already know some teams that just are so far ahead of the rest of the pack that they have nothing to worry about. But then it's so tight if you look at the middle of the pack.
And you know, you also do have the added incentive of, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we pulled a Reject Winity and just absolutely Goomba stomped this lobby, taking it in 4 games, perhaps even less. Now, we are going to play, as we said, 6 games today. And Vicky, that also brings up the different paces that we'll get to see today. I'm really curious, especially as things get later on, how teams will diversify their play styles, because early in match point format, we actually tend to see people play pretty safe, since it's all about accumulating points for the first couple matches until somebody gets close to the 50 points.
Yeah, why don't we touch up on match point format? For those of you guys at home watching for the first time, not knowing what a big difference maker match point regional finals format does to a lot of these teams, you have to get 50 points to be considered eligible on a match point format. You need to get 50 points and then take the dub separately after you get those 50 points. So you need to win after you reach match point, and then after you win, you would be considered the winner. But no matter what, at the end of the day, we are still playing out the 6 total games to see where our teams will finalize in the overall standings and who our 8 teams from EMEA are going to be that will be meeting each other at LAN. And since we do highlight it is match point format, that means that our map rotation is looking a little different than usual. Once again, our first 2 games will be going onto World's Edge before we make that transition onto Storm Point for the following 2 games, and we will be rotating back and forth until we claim a winner for match point format or until we play out the entirety of the 6 games.
These more frequent swaps are going to mean that you've got to not only adjust quicker as well, but shore up a lot of your weaknesses. If you favor one map or another, you're going to be out of luck very, very often in today's games. This is, of course, the first map that we'll be starting on and where everybody is landing. We do have a few potential contests. One that'll certainly draw a lot of eyes is Cold and ANC Outplayed down in the south that could very well end up just being a split between Stacks and Dome. But up to the north, E6 and Go next as a team that we already highlighted as struggling coming into the last couple of weeks. E6 not only have to deal with LCDF right next to them, who have been tough, but now a contest as well, Vicky.
I mean, Go next being an 18 with only 51 points. Hey, if they could bring down the Titans that have been E6 in the earlier split half, that'd definitely be one story to talk about. But we heard it from K-Swinney. He's feeling himself. He's feeling confident. I don't remember not seeing K-Swinney at a LAN, so that is the end goal here for this team, seeing that they are on that cusp in 8th place with 84 points, right behind 2 Rats, 1 Controller that have 85 points. That just highlights, once again, it's not just that middle pack that is so close together when it comes to terms with the points that they need, but it's also the high-end teams that are sitting on that cusp. That's definitely going to be the 50-50 that I have my eyes on for to prioritize how we start these first 2 games on World's Edge.
It's such a almost insulting strategy that Go Next are using right now, going, you know what, we actually have a lot less to lose than you. You're right here on not making it, so do you change your entire strategy on World's Edge now? Or do you risk perhaps not making it to land? These are the really difficult decisions that teams like E6 are faced with, but they do have the benefit of, if, as you say, Swinny is actually feeling that confident throughout all of today's games, that if you're winning these contests, you're also picking up a lot of kills on the way. 3 kills, a team wipe, that counts for a lot, and not just in the points that it'll total at the end of the game, but in your Evo to get you started.
That's very true. And then you also look at the neighboring teams that land by Skyhook, the POI being Forge going into Countdown, that could easily try to see what's going on if they could third or fourth party of Lucita Fonts are not getting involved themselves. Also, the fight for information. We know that beacons sometimes spawn on both ends of Skyhook, but which beacon's going to be prioritized by the teams that are neighboring a lot of these early fights that are going to be happening on World's Edge. And obviously, we're going to dive into the POIs with Store Point, but let's not forget that Go Next do land by Devastated close south of where E6 usually likes to land in Launchpad. That's just something that can transition from one map into another. So definitely keep your eyes on the early game on both of these teams, because the way that this transition will mean and make all the difference of whether E6 make it into LAN or not.
Certainly a lot of potential in the clash between these two squads, but you've brought up LCDF. We've mentioned them a couple of times today as the Kryptonite to E6, and I want to highlight them as not just that, but a team that you should absolutely be keeping your eyes on going into today, because they're just below E6 in the standings, and LCDF are a team that has transitioned supremely well into Season 20. They're frequently getting reds much faster than the rest of the lobby, and in much more convincing fashion, playing the slow edge style. It's like watching a pressure cooker juice up a nice meal. LCDF walk into end zone, and all of a sudden it's like they were there the whole time. They've already got a power position. They've already got seemingly 400 kills. It's ridiculous the way that they're playing, and it's even exacerbated by the fact that they're one of the few teams that have chosen to and been willing and comfortable with playing Horizon in this split, in this season. Horizon still incredibly strong in the right situations, and LCDF are finding those.
At the end of the day, there is no other legend that has a gravity lift that immediately puts you on top of the high ground and allows you to reposition if necessary. But that's interesting how you bring that up. I also want to bring up one team that is on the lower end of the overall standings. ANC outplayed right now. For those of you guys tuning in right now, first off, thank you so much for your patience. I am getting word right now that one of the ANC players have disconnected, so we are waiting for them to join us back in the lobby. If things don't work out for them, unfortunately, we would have to load into game number 1 as a duo. Hopefully that doesn't have to happen here, but while we do wait and we theory craft a lot of these teams and how they've been doing, Dia, Leciter Fonts, and other teams like Cybercats who desperately really want to put their name on the board, they have no issue experimenting with these different legend comps. And I am hearing word now that game number 1 is ready, guys. Regional finals here for
that are hedging their bets, that are playing for points in the early game. Let's find out. As looks like we're going Climatizer to Tree this time. Our northern squads will have a small advantage getting to move across the map a little faster than everyone, and that means when we're talking about Climatizer, we are talking about Aurora.
The team that has been heading the way for the entire region, literally on a different level every single time we've seen Aurora performance, considering that they got not only Climatizer to themselves. Climatizer usually also has a beacon there, whether it be a ring console or a regular survey beacon, and the replicator. We get to see our teams land in their respective POIs, and we, of course, get to see the congested skyhook that we were already expecting off the rip for these POIs. But what I am interested in, Dia, aside from this early contest, is where the circle is going to be pulling first.
LCDF already on a quick loot to see if they can take advantage of a third party. It did look like we had Go Next prioritizing high ground in trials, denying that entryway to E6 and forcing E6 to take a northern route through this now ostensibly three-way engagement. Nobody's actually fired a bullet, nobody's been knocked yet, but with 3 teams landing in the same POI, it's fair for all of them to assume that everyone is present at the same time. LCDF certainly playing to take up as much space as possible before Element 6 can try and backwards loot their way into some form of mid-game stability.
I like how you bring up the split positioning from the Citra France, because you can even see it here on the map. The way that they split and deny a lot of this loot from Skyhook West, from E6 that are sticking much more together, means that the Citra France will have a better loot advantage to E6 in the middle of this rotate. But I mentioned the circle, and look at where this circle is taking us. Yes, the teams over by the north side are going to be able to take the driver's seat when it comes to these rotates off the rip, seeing where the drop ship started off on that northeast side of the map. But Stacks is where these teams are going to coexist. You also notice that Outplay does unfortunately have to play this first game as a duo, but this is great news for Cold that now have the survey beacon, the ring console. Yes, Team Portugal will be able to have big mod and all the big mod loot, but look how some of these teams like Nahis Vincier, Navi are already quick with their rotate from Lava Siphon.
Now, keep your eyes on teams that are rotating in from the south side as well, because let's actually draw our eyes over to Alliance, who are in the bottom left-hand side. They'll have the opportunity to make their way in through similarly where Navi are going right now, and ultimately play right outside of Dome for high ground that, as we've already seen in EMEA with full English, so often can win you the game.
Now, with the teams that are quick rotating here, you can already see the pings. They know that OP is playing as a duo, and this is just, you know, information that all the teams have in the lobby. So Navi, knowing this, knowing that OP probably already quick rotated, have already taken Dome, and it looks like an early fight also already happening here for Cold. JMW is able to pop the shield bat. They still have full blues here. Maybe already having a slight advantage compared to the other teams that were going with the quick rotate, that have denied themselves the Evo Harvesters that they need to give themselves not only blue Evos, but to also pick their first perks.
Cold should be able to third-party whatever's going on in Dome as well, and we've already got a sneak peek at what's going on here with Navi's composition. The first team in EMEA to make use of an Ashe is something that Cold are walking into right now. Really interested to talk about this legend and how it can impact the rest of the fights going on around the map, not just with the assault crates, but of course with the utility that Ashe brings to a fight. Team Portugal already on the back foot, have just hit a quick respawn. This will be a tough game for them. We already know that Team Portugal struggled to get Evo in the best of times, and now they don't have any space to move in order to get additional Evo shields when they need it.
And the reason why that is that this is a team that likes to play patiently. Passion, though, on the opposite side. Henchmen can't clutch it out. They are the first team to go out in this lobby. It's been nonstop action already off the first, minute of this game, with this first circle now just starting to close. Omit, a team that I highlighted here, with only leaving Tyler from Navi left alive. Omit take this fight, and they clear up Navi as a second team to meet themselves in the lobby.
Doesn't look like the Ashe is going to be of too much use today. Not when you are running into fights like that. Omit's position is really hard to challenge as well. Polar opposite to what we'll see out of teams that set up like Team Portugal in Stacks. When you're all the way to the south of this ring, you are waiting for your chance to take third parties on the other squads that arrive there late. So teams like Cold and Omit will be sitting for a while, waiting for the rest of the game to come to them. Or teams like Infinite have the long, difficult road of needing to make their way into what is likely a Stacks zone.
You see the fights happening on the other side of Stacks. Double Arc Star sent out. Full English, the team that needs to show up, take the dub. They get the crack, but they do not get the knock. Playing much more patiently, looking at this team cup. One of the teams running the Crypto and Watson in a lobby riddled with a bunch of caustics, especially on World's Edge. We know what that EMP can do and what that Watson gen could also do in negating that Nox grenade from being yeeted in their direction. They're playing up the low ground while Team Portugal off of that res do not get contested off this high ground. They have the positional advantage, but this could also be a very finicky spot to hold early game, especially with only 2 blue evos, because there's a lot of opening angles that other teams from afar could poke at and actually pressure Team Portugal.
Thank God they've got a Watson, is all I can say. when you've got Watson for sustain, when you've got Watson to defend the high ground that suddenly is a lot more difficult to actually keep control of, you are going to be in a much better position than, say, a Bangalore Bloodhound Horizon team that's trying to do the same thing. As 07 make their way in through Lava Siphon, we've got a bit of poking going on. 2R1C getting a little handsy as well, but 2R1C notably will have the opportunity to pick up a little bit more Evo themselves using their unorthodox composition with the Lifeline and Crypto.
They are able to get the res right here. Talking about LVH now. Just backing away in time while Waves is going to be able to actually heal up. Wise in a bit of trouble here, though. While they are able to bunker down inside of this building, this is where the caustic comp really comes into play. They were able to get a cleanup on the team here while taking a look at this map, and you're going to expect a lot of teams to be coexisting in stacks, but I want to specifically highlight the rotational point from Omit and Cold. Once you come from that south side, we can expect that this stack circle could probably pull by the crates that are south by that ring console, south of Team Portugal. That's where a lot more of these teams, that they clear that southern side of the circle. Despite that rotation just being so out in the open once they're forced to leave Dome, you will have less resistance as you compare it to Passion UA now that have lost out on Sonya and now are forced to play this out as a duo.
You know what's really fascinating to me, Vicky, was that, like you say, we've already seen one ring end over by the ring console, but Full English won that zone, and Full English in this zone, in this game, have predicted a different ending, or at least have been playing like they are, sitting deep inside of stacks, far off to the eastern side of the ring. And I can't help but wonder, have Full English done a little bit more homework? Have they read this zone better than everyone else and know that we're going to a different position than the last time we had almost an identical zone? Because that sort of advanced knowledge can mean so many points of difference in the first game.
And even calling that out, the different rotation points that they could take here while we tune into Forge, fighting over by Big Mod. Nice crack coming in here with the car. Jay Savage in a bit of trouble. The EMP opening things up here while Forge in the fight for their lives. He blocked out the door and immediately gets taken out. That's the work of the EMP coming into play. You're playing with a health disadvantage, but you can't find your way into cover, not even from the outside of these building, or rather the doors here that were being blocked. Now it's only up to Slayers here as 2 rats with controller just take on the high ground.
And think about the combination that we're using as well. 2R1C not only have this incredibly strong fighting composition with the Lifeline and Crypto, but Uchako's shown up twice in the kill feed using the Mozambique so far. Combining the Mozambique with Crypto's EMP makes shorter work of already short-lived squads because you've got that much less shields to work through. You EMP a blue shield, and on the first Mozambique shot, you're already hitting flesh. You're already getting increased damage out of hammer points.
So glad you brought up the Mozam too. That has just been putting in work with the fact that you also just attacked the Digi on it. We've seen it a few times alongside the RE as 07. Seen them fight within this building here too. Neighboring another team that's trying to push into this same exact building. Natsuki sends out the nade to control some of that space, while Amphi's able to retaliate and pop the shield bat so that way he can restabilize.
Not a whole lot of space to play and plenty of opportunity for third parties. It's no surprise to see LCDF taking to the skies immediately. They have smoke to the ground, so should not go down whilst on the balloon, but now they've got to worry about what on earth they'll do in stacks. Not a whole lot of teams are actually playing in this tiered building in the center of stacks, so they've got a nice landing spot, albeit, Vicky, a bit surprising.
Wow. I especially with the amount of teams in stacks already, we're talking about over 6 to 7 teams coexisting here in stacks, and yet a floor of the construction building is still open. See some of the teams now trying to take up even more space with the caustic barrels. Look at the other teams on the other side, neighboring the building of the construction site. E6 with their time, rotating from the edge of the circle, but they're not alone. LVH are right next to them. They have not left that building south of Lava Siphon. But before they make their next plan here, let's jump into a listen-in with E6 to see if they want to take this balloon.
Let's reposition
This is
there.
taken. We're gonna have to take it on late. We just stay here for the moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch the Corsic team.
That's an isolated fight if they fight us, okay? It's a free fight. We have Ryzen Q, Ryzen ult, we have everything. And later on, we need to move up there, and they might collapse there. Otherwise, we might hit the button, but they have Kraber.
I think the Corsic team is good here.
Okay, we can also strip it that collapse there. We already done it in the past, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the Caustic team might be a duo running down towards where you pinged.
They're
Think
fighting.
we could aim the balloon and get into the zone here? Or is it better to wrap the edge? So we just wrap the edge, right?
Wrapped edge, wrapped edge.
Alright.
There's a wee numpty.
They're shooting like northeast.
Edit? Wait. Okay, it's purple. If they don't fight on the left, we might be fucked, boys. I mean, we're gonna need to fight them, knowing we're gonna have a team on the back here, okay?
Yeah.
Team on the left, on the left, leave, right?
Yeah, they left towards
Yeah, the
here.
team on
and
the left went
I'm
here.
pretty sure they're here.
Yeah, it's nobody there anymore.
They're inside the building. I can see them.
Yeah,
They're fighting on the right now.
yeah, they are on dome.
They're
Yeah,
they're
they're
just.
Can we balloon?
This guy's looking there. Yeah,
Can
we
we
can put
balloon?
it in.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
need to.
No, we can't.
I'm not, yeah. Okay.
Go left, slide down and get to the mountain there.
Yeah.
I need two bats there.
They're looking from here.
Yeah, we're fine, we're fine. You guys rather fight the left or fight the right?
Left.
That's it.
Yeah.
I fight the left then. But they have all the space in the wall, boys. I bang it already.
bang
We
up.
need to commit. Yeah,
Yeah,
bang it
yeah,
already.
forward.
Popping
I
out.
bang it. I've no
Two
smoke
on the
here.
roof. Two on the roof. Two on the roof.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm gonna just tank his bang out.
yeah, I'm
Getting
batting.
shot from inside. I'm
Yeah,
batting.
yeah, I'm bang.
I got
I'm
exploded.
bang as well.
Yeah, I'm getting shot from inside.
Yeah,
From tunnel.
to the team
there's
there.
a guy on the
Smoking
left.
them. Don't see why I ask.
One shot, blood.
I almost cracked one on the roof.
With only Slab alive, no matter if they went through tunnel side or if they kept pushing through dome, they were going to get gate kept no matter what deal. It was a very difficult rotation here, and now they're suffering for it, only leaving Slab alive underneath the building.
This is honestly, even if you manage to somehow survive the next couple of seconds, this rotation is not getting any easier. With Alliance now holding the remainder of the tunnel, they don't even have to stick around in order to control rotations from teams like LVH and E6, because the further zone is going to be even more punishing. Alliance will start looking over here at Omit for the next power position, because high ground, as we've already seen, Vicky, means so much in this zone. And back to jumping on board, does find one knock with the wingman, gonna make it a second, although he goes down himself, and Alliance should have this fight in the bag.
Effect was looking left to right, moving and breaking necks right behind him. He just needed the rest of Alliance to help back him up, and that is Omit going down. But you put a wingman in Effect's hands, you'll make that magic happen. But it's been non-stop fighting on the other edge of the circle. It's two Red Twin Controller, who also have a wingman in hand. We mentioned the Mozambique earlier before, and right through the smoke, that's where we can see that really coming clutch. But they get the next knock here. They did lose out on their lifeline, and with that single wingman shot at the very end, they fully take care of full English. Uchaku just looking like he is in full form right now. No nerves needed. They are playing with confidence.
Ushako looks like he has a damage with pistols daily challenge to complete. That's what I'm getting out of this. Wingman and Mozambique. The only way that you are getting through that is by honestly taking a multi-man swing onto Uchako, and it's just not possible at this point. I want to take a look at the upcoming zone, because we've got, honestly, very few places to be playing. 2R1C can move in and play this fence line, but they will be challenged by Alliance, who currently not only have the fence line, but high ground as well. The fight between these two teams is going to be the thing that determines the entirety of the game, especially because they've got the next zone.
Oh, no way. And Diva, you were talked about where this circle could be shifting towards, and how full English earlier on, when we saw where this circle was going, could have made the perfect prediction. And now seeing that Alliance have the high ground and that entire south side of that circle clear, they really will not have that resistance versus the other teams that are going to be fighting once they're forced to funnel outside that construction site building.
LVH starting to move up as well. Check out Alliance's high ground, so incredibly powerful. Will they get to observe all of this? But LVH want to take the position of 2R1C, and remember what we said, the only way to take out what 2R1C is to three-man swing Uchako right now. LVH have not managed to do it, and they cannot, having to approach the high ground that 2R1C holds.
Oh, the fact that they are also forced to back away right now, too. They don't have enough information while two Rats with controller just completely take over this side here. Missy just trying to take a different off angle. Havoc in hand, the Hemlock in the other. Don't have a Digi, obviously, on either of these weapons, so not enough information through those smokes. You do hear that crypto drone flying through on the other side, but this is all the information that two Rats with controller could absolutely have, knowing that LVH have backed down from trying to contest them from their rotate from the north side of the circle.
Just a few seconds left. Infinite got a big decision to make about, honestly, what team they're going to fight, because there's no way that they're getting out of here peacefully. Very little space on the low ground to make use of. Do they use things like Caustic Ult in order to try and clear that corner? They're already tossing out ordinances to do it, but Infinite have so little time, and Alliance have taken note as well. A scrappy Caustic Ult comes in at the last second, but a few ticks might be enough for Infinite. They've already taken out one other team. With Passion UA down, Infinite are at the very least getting placement points. That might be the very last thing that they get.
With 7 squads left, they're forced to drop down from the high ground, but like we saw, they already used up that Nox gas, gets the scan at the very end over some death boxes that they could get the Evo shield charged, just completely shifted away. But the EMP may come in from the squads around them. Here, Aurora are playing off that low ground. You can see Alliance that have the high ground. We knew that this rotate was going to be easy for them. Aimbot now left inside of that corner, and LVH continuously takes shots at Alliance.
Battle for the building still going strong as we've moved from one cheered cake into another. LVH again, temporary cover, and the two power positions on the outside are still owned by Alliance, and just below them 2R1C, who have actually passed by without Alliance taking note of them. Alliance certainly should be looking towards the southeastern side though, because if you are not addressing 2R1C, they will win this game.
You could thank Infinite for that too. Before they dropped down from the high ground, they were able to take some shots at Alliance prior to that, just putting in a little bit of extra pressure, forcing them to heal up too with other teams looking at them. And this is just the green light for two Rats Wing controller to take up all this space for free. Also calling in the Moby, so that way they have some extra cover to work with. And of course, if they have that lifeline care package, they could do that next once that is online. But look at all the teams neighboring this building alone. You have 07, Aurora, LVH, and the Secret all neighboring each other here.
And we're closing in. No time left to stay in this building. You gotta take the fight now or never. LCDF's Caustic Ult is massive, but losing Izadent almost immediately means that their chances of making it out of this fight alive are almost zero. The pickup of Aurora is a big one, but remember, so many more teams are coming. 07 still needing to drop down, and LVH right above them. Surely that's the next 3v3 we take.
And once they all show their faces, it's just open range for Alliance to take shots at them. Infinite playing all right underneath them. 07 now taking the shots. Here comes the EMP. The Nox grenade coming out right on time. The Seek Response get eliminated with the last 4 remaining teams. We knew it was going to be a bloodbath once all these squads are forced to coexist by the fence line.
LVH are just dripping out placement points now, but Alliance play for the win, sending it on to 2R1C. Have they waited too long? They've still got one wrap behind them, but I say that just as Infinite go down. Uchako's wingman's doing a lot of work, but with Macy down, now 2R1C can't reset. They lose Yarka as well, and it's just Uchako left holding literally the banner for 2R1C. Hammer Points takes out Alliance. LVH are coming in for the third party, and it's just Uchako left. Not enough against the three-man swing of LVH.
LVH had to go through the trenches to get to that spot. The Mozem also at the very end trying to fight for their life, but LVH with the Bangalore Cossack and Bloodhound Cup, something we consistently have been seeing with the introduction of Season 20 on World's Edge. They take the dub, but can we talk about the chaos on Pride Rock right there that Alliance is fighting for their lives on?
That honestly, if Alliance had chosen to take that fight or earlier, if they had managed to keep 2R1C away, so much could have gone differently. But 2R1C, by that very same token, did great to take all that open space, and the difference between them getting second place and perhaps winning the game from that same position is just Macy going down on lifeline. You have your lifeline in the last fight. Maybe you get a reset. Maybe you can take down a member of LVH. LVH as well, you got to say, playing really well to get out of the cluster of teams that was in stacks.
And it was a big distraction point for Alliance to have to split their attention at two rats with controller that were right next to them, and also to take that space while playing off the low ground there. Also want to highlight that LVH makes that rotate from tree, so they were able to stick to that southern zone rotate to then find themselves in a better spot where all those cluster of the teams were already situated in by that construction building before navigating away to the east side building that neighbors that. But with the Lifeline care package right next to Alliance, you could see that they were also able to pick up some extra meds if they were even able to pop it in time. Absolutely, with a circle like that, you wouldn't have been able to. But it was neighboring that team that, like you mentioned, Dia, two rats wing controller, if they were able to split that focus while all the rest of the squads were fighting for their lives, exiting out of those buildings, it could have looked very different in the end game.
Very much. We also saw big power of Caustic, of course, in fighting out of stacks. The amount of Caustic ults that predetermined what fights were won and lost was really fascinating. And even for Infinite, who managed to, as a single unit, make it into, I think it was 4th place overall, determined almost single-handedly by their patience in stacks, nice use of ordinances, and of course Caustic ult to clean up Passion UA. Very few teams were able to play that effectively, but one of the things that really stood out to me, Vicky, is that Full English, for all that we didn't see them in the final zone, did predict this zone pretty darn accurately. It didn't pull in exactly the same way over towards the ring console, and it makes me wonder what Full English have got going on behind the scenes. Their analyst, their IGL, everything really came together there.
You know, Dia, I love how you break down Full English, but I specifically love the Telestrator segment that we just came out with. Dia, with the prompts, the show, highlighting the different rotates for the teams there is also extremely important too, Dia. Appreciate you for providing us with some little secrets hidden, you know, not only is Full English with the secrets, but apparently Dia's too. I was not expecting to see that performance in the game, but what better way to save what you got up your sleeve than for regional finals? Because talking about those different rotates and highlighting Full English, for example, being in that position that they had predicted where the circle could pull was extremely important, because if you look at the different angles that the teams are going to be forced to come out of in a final circle like that, we highlighted it before, even if it would have pulled over to the crates by that ring console, the rotation point for the teams exiting out of Dome versus the teams that are coming from the north side by Big Mod and Stacks is a lot easier for the teams out of Dome, even with that lackluster cover, simply because of the coexisting fighting that will happen in that same spot. We saw them actually manage to rotate from that south side with little to no resistance, and we'll be able to see what that match results are going to look like after game number 1, guys. That's going to be coming to you guys on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll have match 1 results coming to you soon.
Welcome back, everyone, as we are into the second game of regional finals here in EMEA. We've just finished off our first Zephyr, and it was a nice game, and ending over by stacks. 2R1C Alliance had a real nice clash, but game 2 changes everything, as now we should be looking towards other spots on the map and likely other victors.
Absolutely, and especially with now LVH currently and what we assume to be leading the pack, that is one heck of a way to start off regional finals, especially for a roster that needs those points more than anything. One of the furthest away, nothing but a win today is going to send them on to land.
Stakes are high. Stakes are very high, especially for teams that pick up early wins, because it puts you that much closer, that much tantalizingly closer to securing a land spot. But it typically takes around 3 or even 4 games, even if you're at the top of your game, to put yourself on match point. And so at least one of those will have to be on Storm Point. To be another thing that is tiered that I can use to describe these buildings. Think on it for a while, because I need more options though.
We'll see what we can come up with as time goes on here, but I like my or at least I think it was actually you who came up with it.
I don't know. It's Apex Legends has been around for so long. The collective of us. Game 2, however, has begun. Teams are already starting to drop in, and those towards the north end of the map will have already hit the ground. Teams like Go Next, Element 6, and LCDF, who, despite the fact that they're all dropping together, chose, at least in Game 1, not to fight any of it themselves.
Something to note, though, from that game 1 is the fact that for Element 6, even though they did survive, they were exceptionally delayed on that rotation. Go Next did a great job of pushing this roster out and away from the northern side of Trials and in pretty much towards that back northwestern corner, something that doesn't even have names to work with here.
It's such an unfair split of Skyhook as well, because Go Next are getting Trials, LCDF are getting all of Sky East, which is half of the POI, leaving Element 6 with less than half of the loot that they would typically be accustomed to. The fact that Go Next are picking up the Prowlers as well, and that they're doing this without E6 walking up them. Bit scary for me, because if E6 are going to be operating with this little loot, I personally, Zephyr, would rather see them at least fight for it.
This is a struggle, and as you can see there, as we pop on over the map, you see exactly where they end up, but a half of a market or two to truly work with in the scraps of Trials as they make their rotation down, which they'll have to do this game as we're pulling back on over to that staging area. Well, we'll give Alliance in 07 another good run for their money.
Alliance gonna likely do very well here, not just because they're close to the ring, but because they've got unfettered access to some of the more common zone pulls in this situation. A team like 07, who have at least one member near the Mirage, is still going to be delayed on rotate because they've got to get everyone else over there. Passion as well, both Passions should have a good time, while Element 6 continue in their lootless state.
And this is something that we'll talk about a little bit later on and check in with, especially given the fact that with these Season 20 changes, getting yourself more situated with that loot on top of your Evo has become a difficulty, and one that is usually managed by taking action, finding those fights, and sourcing out some of that extra damage, some of which is being found on Nasky.
Unfortunately, especially when the ring pulls down towards this area of the map, Nasky extending as far as he did outside the Mirage Etoile caught a bit more attention than 07 would have been expecting. And given that they're on white shields, they don't have things like a crypto, and they certainly don't have a support legend in order to get Nasky's banner crafted. It might just mean that 07 have to play this game out, unfortunately, as a duo.
We'll see. There is still a lot of available time to work with here in terms of setting things up, but ultimately, especially without support-based legends in play here, it makes it so hard to play for that kind of recovery. As a whole, it's not the worst. At the end of the day, with this zone pull, they still can make quite a heavy defense, even in a confident position like Mirage Trois.
For teams that are coming out of Monument, say full English, they'll likely have to go through the southern end of this rotate, perhaps going through Harvester. And central rotates do always scare me, Zephyr, because there's so much more opportunity for you to be gate-kept when you're moving through the path that a lot of other teams that spawn in the center of the map rather than land there will have taken before you. Teams like Passion UA already have themselves set up in a likely zone ending, one that we'll get to talk about a little bit later. But with a Watson here as well, I see this as an almost Team Portugal situation where they may not have the best loot so far, but with Watson Gen to help keep their shields up, they should be able to get into purples.
Now, this is something that can definitely help set them up here, especially for the setup regarding how they survive out here in this building when their Evo gets set.
Now, Zephyr, let's talk a little bit about the zone endings here, because there are a couple, notably one by Passion here, one by the other Passion over here, and a couple by Forge that are super common for zones like this. There's the outside chance that we go upwards towards 07 and the Mirage Trois, but I like these 3 zone endings. Anything else you're keeping your eye on?
I definitely want to take a look, especially at some of those chokes as this bears on, because you made good reference to Alliance getting some of their major witnesses to this landscape. But the thing is, the majority of our teams are on that northern side, and breaking through, whether it be directly or something like that evac, is going to be a huge topic as we make our way through this game.
So keep your eyes on those areas of the map, especially the likely endings where I cannot help but continue to mention the Passions are really on top. If they even land close to each other, staging and landslide, it is a passionate section of the map. I'll stop for now, since we are back into the lackadaisical part of the game, especially for teams that have made their early rotate.
A lot of familiar faces. One I do want to bring up here as we make our way through is LVH. Over here on this western building, they've got great transition if they can barrel across with a potential zone pull. But even if it works its way back down there, this is the second time they rear their head after a phenomenal start to their day.
Go next, having lost Lifeline. We saw what it did to 2R1C in the end game. Can't imagine what it's doing to go next in the mid game. In fact, I don't even have to imagine. We're watching it right now. Bambino's just gone down. And Kaishi, unlikely to get out of here alive, especially when constantly hounded by the Crypto. Everybody knows there's one free kill on the low ground, and the question is just who it'll go to.
Between Maiden and the full English and crew, it is Maiden Heaven from across that inevitably put down the damage where it counts. And for a team that starts so confidently with loot found in trials, they're unable to make the transition that bears witness at the end of the day.
Cold as well, struggling on their transition into the ring. Even from so far outside of the zone, they got caught out by Na'Vi, and having lost again JMW, they'll likely not be able to recover banners in a nice way. There's a chance that Graceful gets to walk up, but for teams like Forge, who had an excellent position in the ring, having now descended onto the low ground and lost 2, who can say what the future holds?
Up to Slayers in the end, the big boom, the man himself, the fragger to be. He pulls off the battery here, and from behind, seems like damage from across from them is actually sealing the deal for them here in the end. I believe it's that caustic gas that sends 07 home.
And the fact that 07 caused so many problems for Forge is really tough, because Forge had such a good position up by the A-frame on top of this hill. That position has now been inherited by teams like Element 6 that hold a little bit of this, and what I believe to be Team Portugal right behind E6 who hold the building proper.
I really like this from Element 6, albeit they aren't the ones who provide the majority of that damage against 07. It's a good sign that they're playing effectively out here on the edge and pushing the fights alongside these third parties. That's the most effective strategy to get yourself set up, even if you're working with limited loot like the Element 6 is.
ANC outplayed, working with extremely limited space. Do pop up and take a few shots at Forge, but Forge are not even their biggest problem. With Andy Jacks down, there's no way to secure additional cover, and this little cubby hole is not going to be enough to work with for the long time. Teams have nothing but time to try and take you out, and Andy Jacks res will not go off. Shex is going to have to head for the hills, and that's assuming they can even make it out alive. But ANC outplayed will be doing this one like so many teams as a duo.
This has been, like I said, that kind of occluded area that we talk about towards this northern side. Getting and breaking through staging, even before you get to some of those chokes, has been the true competition for the majority of our teams alongside this poll here. Thankfully for ANC, they aren't done just yet, but you can see even for a team like Made in Heaven, they've been stuck here within this building since what was that first Zone 1 rotation, have not been able to push much further.
Really funny to watch that course of events as well. We'll call it delayed Bangalore smoke with Caustic, using things for a bit of cover. Made in Heaven make all use of the low ground, while LCDF fight for the height. Forge still right in front of them, and Forge, as you will recall, a duo the last time we saw them, will struggle to put up resistance in a straight-on 3v2, but that's not what's happening right now. LCDF have to deal with not just Forge, but Made in Heaven from below.
For Wilhelm there, caught out on one side, Slab trained to beam upon Shex on the other. For Element 6, they've done a great job of what feels like controlling this entire upper section of that staging geyser area. The thing is, we still yet to see an answer for how they are going to bridge this gap and start to play more towards that southern side. If they need do so. On the other end of things, we get a similar situation between Amit and Aurora, who are opting for potentially a wider swing here.
Yeah, Aurora still being out by Harvester is a super, not uncharacteristically, but compared to the rest of the lobby, a super late rotate. Aurora are likely looking for fights on teams that have stuck around a little far behind, but being on low ground in this position leaves them with very few ways to actually get into the zone. This evac tower they've managed to pull now is one of them. But you and I both know, Zephyr, that evac towers at this point in the game can be risky, even if you're landing in otherwise uncommon places.
I was really hoping to see him go towards that south side there. We know for a fact how occluded it's been up here towards the staging, and as a result, for 9 Impulse, your cover, your safety, no longer available for Aurora. This could be done and dusted if they aren't careful, or it makes a great leap of faith for safety, and they find themselves in what is one of the bare minimum of chokes to work with.
In this particular case, having lost just one, probably the best case scenario for Aurora, given how much they had to expend just to stay alive. But you are 1C are here now, and a lot of fights are going to go off towards the northern end of this zone. Aurora really would like to avoid them, but an evac tower that they are pulling this time is going to go, honestly, really punish so many teams around them, like 2R1C, get to take shots for free at the evac.
This is a huge regret there for Aurora in the end. I don't know if they get that full knock. We missed it on the kill feed for but seconds, but still, we get to see the punishment from afar here. There's not much of an answer for them in terms of their next rotation, especially now with that Bangalore removed. On the other side, Team Portugal, heavy defense. LCDF finally making their way up from the bridge are quickly swatted back down.
Just wondering for LCDF how many times they can make this pseudo push work. They've been trying to take this cart again from a duo for as long as we've seen them rotate into the staging area, and they finally get it as Forge go down to another team, Team Portugal, just below.
Yeah, they give up that position to get a bit closer to the zone, but arguably are losing out on potentially some opportunities to make some keen plays on this next rotation. They've got that zip available to play up towards height, but it could be punished all the same. For 2R1C, they make the heavy rotation away from the God building back towards the upper end choke, and we know this is hard, but Vriarka needs some time to get the health back up.
Instead, gets to pop the knockdown shield mid-air, and unfortunately won't be making it into this zone either. Round 3 is super punishing. Even Micey is low, and from the center of Thermal, 2R1C are getting punished. That's going to be 2 down to just Uchako again, but this time it is not in as favorable of a spot as it was in the first game of the day. Instead, Uchako will be ratting this out for placement points and likely not much else.
Shame there with Infinite as well, potentially on their way through with that tunnel. Any minor movement will give away to that or omit in time to spare here. We take a look back over towards the northern side. Made in Heaven, LCDF, Element 6, none have made stake or claim to how they're getting through here. And worst of all, they've lost the direct choke available. If they don't make a move soon here, they're potentially to be removed. Let's see what Made in Heaven will do to navigate the perilous situation.
Nobody's looking right side, by the way.
Right side, blue bomber, let's go.
You guys just focus left. I'm focusing right.
Team Under's moving, I think. Team Under moved. LCF coming back now.
Right here. They're running in the open here. That's fine.
They smoked up. They're moving left, I think.
There's smoke by me.
88 cracked, Horizon.
Nice.
Behind the truck now, behind the truck.
I mean, I can't cost the ult. I just need to wait for them to push us.
They're gonna push us, 100%.
Yeah, you have barrels inside. Just play with it.
Yeah, I'm gonna ult on the zone close.
Actually, you just need to not die, and you like just pay life a lot, so Arctic can play off of you.
Got me.
They're gonna fight here as well. I'm looking at the back. They have to push us. They're gonna bang ult and shit.
Yeah, I'm playing inside. The Sentinel. We're crossing.
Moving 40 flash!
What do we do with on?
I'm crossing.
We can't really do anything with it.
Oh, yeah. I need a heal.
Bang!
Bang cracked!
Okay. Scanning for you.
Horizon almost cracked as well.
I'm ulting.
Horizon crossing!
Walking up.
6 flash!
One of the rope.
I'm dodging bang out!
Bang cracked! Far right! Really far here! Low as fuck!
Okay, I see him, I'm going through.
Yeah. Crack them in the open!
AC! One.
Don't die! Last guy!
Yeah, chilling.
Bang on me, he's on me.
Play the corner!
Yeah.
Running away! Can we get the kill?
Running here, get the kill.
We got the kills in here.
Oh, he's right here! Okay.
Got away.
Okay,
I have no fucking, like...
Yeah.
That's shit. I have no medkits. 2 syringes. 20 heavy.
Nothing in
I got 20 heavy on me.
Okay, I have 100.
Anybody dropping some? We
Sure.
can just play it super fucking late. I think we do it.
Fucking late.
Fucking truck on top.
Oh, this
I think we
spot?
move the truck. This truck.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of chaos going on this side of the map, but I want to take a look at the opposite end. Made in Heaven have a little bit of space to play, but their rotation is pretty easy. A Valk ult over into zone is fine. This is where the game is at. Cybercats coming in for the third party as well. Passion have held such a good spot for so long, but now this building gonna be totally safe. Passion UA can wait. Passion have to defend against both Team Portugal and Cybercats, and they are losing members as quickly as we pointed out.
This is a struggle for them, and especially when we talk about what's available there, the 2 carts, that's barely any kind of cover to truly work with. 0-0, as you can see, is literally between a crack and a fissure to play with. More notably, though, now with Passion out of the picture, Cybercats v Team Portugal is going to be the thing to watch here. Whoever comes out in terms of this potential 3v3 or excursion as this cover all closes up will definitely hold the most weight going into this end zone. The far eastern side, well, that's a struggle in itself.
Now, Zephyr, the last time that I saw this zone play out was in North America and during a Catalyst meta, where we had a lot more ability for teams to stretch out over long swaths of space that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to play. While Made in Heaven land, they're going to force a refocus from at least one of these teams and don't have that extra cover to lay down towards the end circle. Made in Heaven drop right next to Cybercats, completely reorienting Cybercats' approach to this game.
This is struggles now for Cybercats with a pinch on both sides. They've got great cover to work with against Portugal, but optimally now with Made in Heaven as a thorn in their side from behind. This will be something that might cost them that potential win. With the remnants of our zone closing in, Omit find Alliance and barely survive a string of a head forward. Infinite from below keep themselves going, even though they lose out on their building.
Passion UA just got to sit in here and play safe, wait for the teams around them to expire, but nobody is pressuring Infinite. Instead, both teams now get to look over at Team Portugal. As Infinite think about their approach to the next ring, it's going to have to involve dealing with the squad above them. Passion UA and Infinite cannot both survive this next close.
No, it's similar to some of our stacked situations, but optimally it's just between the two. Now, with Team Portugal beginning to rear their head across here and put damage down where it counts, Infinite is no longer allowed to peek as confidently here. But guarantee this, Dia, the minute we see that building out of play, Made in Heaven, Cats in Portugal, they have supreme angles on this next move. And the question comes, where does the damage find itself in return?
How many ordinances do Passion UA have left? Can you actually keep Portugal from peeking down at you? Because if not, Portugal have such a fantastic place from which to win this game. Passion UA with a Kraber in hand can change that, but it's not enough. Just a lot of damage. And unfortunately for Passion UA, with a team beneath them, it's not enough to push them. Instead, they're going to have to take the 3v3, 50-50ing it all for their chance of the next zone. And while they will finish the fight, it's Omit that take the win. Made in Heaven swinging onto Cybercats, and you know who's chilling? It's Team Portugal, who just wait and watch all of this happen. The Cybercats are decimated, dipping back into the zone, and Cinetic should clean up another kill, pushing Made in Heaven into fourth place.
Made in Heaven, though, barely miss out on their initial drop and find themselves with a similar heal situation as Cinetic makes a return now. A final 3v3. Made in Heaven coming out far more healthy, and Portugal with much less space than expected. With one down, it's a 2v2
goes
now.
down! Made in Heaven have lost one already, and they can't actually effectively siege Team Portugal over or under the truck. There's too much cover here. Kashera's gone down. It's a 2v2, and Cinetic's getting full set even as he hits for flesh. Gets one knock, almost finds a second. It's Cinetic on 15 HP that clutches the game for Made in Heaven.
For Made in Heaven, a clutch against all, even with Tax down here, are able to find their success in the 2v2. Cinetic, had he gone down, had he been pinned out by Team Portugal in that moment, would not have been able to find the damage where it truly counts and send once again another one of our deeply lowly oriented teams up to the top for a win.
I cannot believe how well that went after a Valcolt. We've seen, Zephyr, in our time, Valcolts straight up take so many teams out of the game that seeing a Valcolt that goes well, that puts you behind Cybercats, and the siege that comes after that was incredible. Now, I want to take a look at the way that Portugal played things out as well, because there's a lot of good things to be said about a zone team whose playstyle I was pretty critical of at the start of the stream.
Yeah, and for a team that usually does not find that kind of pacing into their damage, ultimately can be punished, can find themselves thrown for a loop as we get into some of those end zones, and they do ultimately actually lose out on one member, have to stick for a full revive, and then put themselves back into a defensive spot there. So, for Team Portugal, doing a great job at controlling all of these situations, even if at the end of the day, they don't walk away winning that game.
It was a really impressive showing from Team Portugal, and their ability to control space is really outdone only by the fact that the Infinite Passion UA fight had to happen, crippling both squads. If not, I think we see a 3-team ending there and perhaps Portugal coming out on top.
Yeah, it simply comes down to the space available, right? I mean, there's no real playable side out there towards that eastern end, especially as we lose that building. The focus and safety that is elicited on the west allows for them to just barrel into Passion UA there. And the only reason we don't see them go down quicker is the fact that Made in Heaven made such a great call to use the chaos and confusion on that rotation that Portugal was distracted with to send onto Cybercats and take advantage of the straight available 3v3.
This is another interesting note here, and we talked about it partway through this game, but we've now seen multiple zones like those that end up on the fingers by North Pad, as well as this one, where a catalyst, a singular catalyst for any team, could probably single-handedly win them the game. Being able to cut off line of sight for as long as that legend did leaves me wondering whether we'll see some teams returning to that over time for the insane amount of endgame value she can provide.
It is a question in itself there, but at the end of the day, the combo that we see currently, especially between that Bangalore and Caustic meta, where you have the obscurity of sightlines and LOS paired with that extra additional Bloodhound information, makes for such a wombo combo against teams that don't have it available. I'd love to play around macro any day of the week and build these comps around something similar, but at its core, Apex comes down to those direct 3v3 situations, which is why we see this meta shine. Albeit, Dia, I do agree with you. A catalyst, I mean, it just would have been perfect.
It's part of the fun thing with Apex Legends, where you do get to experiment and theory craft a lot with what would have been good in this situation, and ultimately, as you illustrate, Zephyr, so much of the game comes down to picking what not just what is best in the end game, but what is best in most situations. As we go through and take 3v3s, perhaps have to find a bit of positioning, the ability for, say, a Bangalore to flexibly keep people from being able to shoot at you in a similar way to Catalyst has, for a lot of teams, filled that same gap. We'll see what changes in the future. There's plenty more to explore, not just in the grand scheme of Apex Legends, but today, Zephyr. Today in the regional finals, where we've just finished our maps on World's Edge, we'll be swapping over to Storm Point for the next 2 games after a break.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ALGS. We are ready for Game 3 here. Rain Day joined with Zephyr this time around. We're going to get into the cast, but also we're going to look at a new map, Zephyr. This is Storm Point, and it's a lot of differences. For those who may be just joining us, seeing this as, hey, it's Sunday, let's see what's going on with Apex. These 2 maps, they play very differently in terms of competitive Apex. Still the same core, but a few key points that change.
Yeah, and especially with some of our teams taking advantage of this new edge-oriented meta, Stormpoint is something that finds itself a good place in the heart of those rosters. From its size to the fact that you can take these solo 3v3s in their lonesome in the early game, Stormpoint is an enabler to some of the best, especially when it comes down to the fighting that we see.
Well, you've been waiting. shot before things change yet again. But a brief moment in history, a whisper in the wind. For now, game 3 will bring a new tally of points. Will we see our first team hit match point here? It would take 23 points if you're looking at LVH, 25, I believe, for Made in Heaven. If they get another big win, it just might be possible. But a new map and maybe a new contender who stands out amongst the top. I'm definitely keeping my eyes on Aurora here, Zephyr. They've kind of had a slower start for our top team, far and away by a mile, but Stormpoint is a map that they do very, very well on. And speaking of another top team, or just another team in general, trying to take it to the top, there's an early skirmish here with Cold.
Cold and ANC outplayed, taking it toe-to-toe here. I love the back-end rotate from Graceful, especially with Urban as low as they are now. Trying to capitalize inside the building. They've got to work against a Caustic with none on their own, but at least a single knock found.
Rampage, not a great weapon for these early engagements. Not really a great weapon this season. It's had its moments, but especially, in the early engagements, I meant to say, does have a lot of firepower. A couple of bullets from that can be very oppressive, but you obviously want to have something that can get the job done quickly, whether it's a shotgun, whether it's a high, fast rate Volt or RE45, might be able to swing it. Right now, it looks like Shex is holding with a charge rifle, which is not the weapon that you do want. JMW and the rest of Cold maybe seeing an opportunity here to push, and it's just 3v2.
If not for this Caustic, it would already be done. Urban finally closing the gap on the other side. Once again, Graceful from behind as they capitalize on one, find two. It's an ANC outplayed home as our first team eliminated on Stormpoint.
Unfortunate there. Kind of a tough spot, tough weapon draw. You really have to consider that not everything is going to go your way there, and that's the difficulty. We saw K-Swinny and Element 6 mentioning when Go Next and them were continually fighting at the start and had to contest against each other. It just changed the rest of the season. Right now, Element 6 on the right side, eastern side of Launchpad. Go Next just below them in Devastated Coast as we open up the map to see that it is Team Portugal yet again, whether they want to or not, Ben, finding themselves in the center of zone.
You know what? I think it's something they want. I think if we ever got the chance to talk with Kashera, even if the meta has swapped completely, this is the playstyle that they've been working with since the dawn of Apex time here. So once again, granted early access to the zone. The question of can they find the similar damage that they need will be answered. Do R1C though? They follow up with heavy damage and potentially initiation of a fight here in Barometer.
I like the Mozambique play that we're seeing from Ushako. It's interesting, this kind of meta that we've witnessed over the course of Apex Legends, it shifts, it turns. We've seen mostly with Legends, though. In weapons, there has been such parity in the season. The R99 fallen a little bit, but when you look at even the P20, you look at the Mozambique, you look at the RE45, and you look at the things that are there to support them, the hammer points, the disruptor rounds. You even look at the alternator, which goes with those disruptor rounds essentially into being a late game or just a mid game early weapon. So many different ways that are viable to actually play this game. The Prowler being one of them, maybe one of the premier ones here as Glass gets up and gets at him. Hits so many bullets, but it's Omit who continue the fighting ways, but it doesn't go their way this time as Made in Heaven, our second place team, finish off that fight and pick Cinetic right back up on the Bangalore.
And we're talking about a split second advantage there. Playing up from the height of command center gives them the access they need to have those little bitty sightlines to pin them from behind. For Omit, it's a struggle once again for a team that between the two of us, we just pedaled before getting into this game. They're going to have to look towards game 4 if they want to catch on up.
Pros and cons of a fighting strategy early on. You know, it works for you 3 games in a row, but that 4th game, maybe that 3rd game, that 5th game, something goes terribly wrong, and then there goes your consistency. You have high potential, but you also have a little bit of higher risk. Speaking of a team that doesn't take any risk, this is where it gets bad. When you have Team Portugal getting fired across, they might have just lost one. Post-kill and Kashera, the only ones that left alive right now. They're going to have to see if they can get their Bloodhound back, but that's the thing. Playing passively, especially if you get caught, that just means no points, no placement points, especially this early. 07 could be the bane in Portugal's existence, but they decide to hold their nut as they should right there here on that Dragon Ball. Just kind of sitting, waiting, and say, we're going to keep this space to ourselves. We're not going to chase. They'll be fine.
And this is really sad for Team Portugal because the spot that they're playing is excellent for the end zone. But for the end zone. It's a problem that is answered later as the game goes on here. And for them taking it early, as good as it is for a start for them, you quickly see its weakness. They're pushed out from the eastern side. They run into 07 with those spots taken out and away for transitional movement later on. You could see how they are capitalized. For E6, though, they, in their own lonesome here in Launchpad, have struggled to find their early starts, already losing out on Cracked by at least what I believe is Passions. Or
one of the interesting things I'm noticing, too, just taking a look at, as we see a big fight happening, coming down, Passion with the Hemlock trying to dissuade anybody from taking the spot. A care package, it's an attractive thing, and they certainly are going to claim at least that zone for now. Shots firing from the distance, so they'll drop down. But a few KP from Passion. A little bit of a awkward skirmish there up on top of the banister. And we'll transition to hopefully quieter places. A team in the lead now, Made in Heaven, but a team I kind of wanted to highlight. We haven't seen them yet, but they're still a threat, as always, is Aurora. They're actually taking a very interesting route up into Cold. It looks like they're either looking for a fight, or it looks like they're looking for more Evo Harvesters and more support bins for that Hardeki path to purple. And this is strange for them to not be at purple yet, at least one of them, but they're holding out at least 2 teams here, and Cold being one of them.
Might not have had that information, but now they certainly do from afar. Hardeki with a beam to behold there. The Hemlock doing the work that we know best as one of the best ARs in game today. Will now see if they can continue to take advantage of Cold here. You talked about the delayed access to those purples. This is how Aurora gets them. They take advantage. They find these fights. They play the edge effectively. And when they win them, well, they come into zone at an advantage.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I think they're going to force Cold to go all the way around. It is the smartest move. And not just that, Aurora, they're going to hop back in that Trident. You'll see a lot of speed very, very soon. Most likely from them, at least checking out the distance, but they'll also do this one thing there. Look at that survey beacon. That is going to be a scan. They're not playing with a control legend, so they have no idea where the zone is, but they do. They know where it is because they've been able to use that survey beacon to scan all of the players in this. So not only are they realizing, okay, it's most likely a southeast kind of zone, maybe a little bit above Echo to the east of Barometer, we know what teams are in front of us. They see Team Portugal, they see 2R1C, they're plotting their next survey beacon, and they're also plotting their very next course of safety into that. So it's a different strategy. It's way more high maintenance, Ben, but we've seen them use it to great effect to get first place here so far in the league.
Like I said, with advantages, they come in here, but I do worry about the zone's verticality and how that might come into play here, elevating yourself, whether it be to the hill there, or if they late rotate through Pylon on that northern side. It's going to be something that they have to breach with the fervor that we know best from Aurora, something that has not yet been seen today. And I'll tell you what, the same can be said for Alliance. They haven't even broken through towards the other side as well. They might have the potential late game rotation, but with how open this zone is, that can be just as much of a struggle.
Already on purples, and there's that lifeline. Just to complete the strategy, they grab the survey beacons, they grab the support bins, and they grab the care package so that the next one is a high-level drop. What that does not only gets them that red wingman that you saw, but an Evo cache. So if Hardeki isn't already at purple, which he is to call that, if 9 Impulse or OJ Rain are trailing short behind, they pick up the Evo cache, they're instantly on purple, and because of that fight, it's 3 of them. So yes, they've played a little bit against Cold, but this is what they'll do. They average between 6 to 8 minutes to get to this level, and no wonder they're sitting in most of these end zones on reds. It's a very, very interesting strategy, but this is what they've been doing with Lifeline that has worked so well. But you're right, Ben, it's not going to be easy. It's a different type of fight when you have to go uphill. Right now, they're just content to take this building, though, I think.
Yeah, the lucky thing for Aurora, especially off of that early Bloodhound scan, is the fact that they do know the majority of Barometer is available, so the situations that they have to solve don't have to be answered yet. We'll have to tune in a little bit later on as they start to breach those angles to get on through. But for LVH, we talk about Evo shields, we talk about preparation. This is a team without the lifeline, without the sustain, who's already sitting on red. And for someone like Jay Hanzo, I only see the 95 damage. That is an excellent PvE Evo game there.
It really is. And those power spikes, I know Dia's itching to talk about them. I know we'll probably get into them over the course of today, but these power spikes are real, and getting to those high-level Evos, it's going to be important. 17 squads left Obviously, everyone knows the game to get there. So many intricacies that we don't catch on broadcast because every team is doing all of these things at the same time. That's what makes them pros. That's what means if they ever run into your ranked lobbies, you get a little upset for a second, but you go next because there's really not much you can do against it. They're just that good. But when put together the clash, we have to see which play style is prevailing. So far, we've watched a lot of Team Portugal sit and wait. They're still on the Blues, though. What has the difference been between why, teams like LVH who are sitting and kind of in zone find a way to get to those reds and purples? Portugal's consistently finding the Blues. Is it just the hesitancy? Is it something else? What do you think?
More than anything, especially looking back at days 7 and 9 for Team Portugal here, it's the distance. LVH gets to take advantage of the cross from Mill coming into this game. Portugal in coastal camp there doesn't quite get to have the advantage of everything ahead of them. And as a result, you get to see on the effective rotation of LVH how they work their way up to that sustainment. For Team Portugal, especially now after being pushed out by the Cybercats, losing that position here, and now pressured from above by Aurora, they just never got the chance, never got the time to pull themselves back together.
Maskey goes down immediately. This is terrible for Nags and Amphi. Not only because of that, but because Na'Vi is sneaking up right behind as they hear the bullets as well. This is starting to get dangerous. Aurora also finding Passion right in front of them as that continues to happen on the other side. Not as Sincere holding the south. Aurora looking at the west and also trying to just clear the team that might be in front of them on that move. It is going to be important to somehow do damage from on high. Otherwise, they're going to have to fear they don't have maybe the best exit strategy here. They're going to have to walk it and smoke it. That's the difference without having the Valkyrie or any type of movement, even the Horizon, to really get away from this.
We'll see what they can do here. Aurora with great pressure on these sight lines. 25 seconds to go. Don't think they'll be capitalizing on the setup there. So instead, likely the late evac. There is some available spots, I believe, out there towards that southeast, but we know how open that gets. And for them, it's going to come potentially with the punishment to boot. For now, the rest of our teams, they've claimed themselves a happy spot within Pylon. Nothing yet necessary of their current rotation, but definitely as our game goes on, as we see those teams forced to remove themselves from the northern angles, that will be a bloodbath to behold.
I don't know if we can say how much of a bloodbath that will be. It will be a full one. Not only that, because there are 5 teams above the teams at Pylon, and they all have to rotate extremely south. With still 17 squads left. Round 3 closing up. My math ain't mathing right there. A few are going to drop very, very soon. Hardeki trying to avenge his lost brother, 9 Impulse there, who goes down, but Hardeki may join him soon. It's Made in Heaven also finishing off Cats with Ranches. And so Aurora looking like maybe they've gone as far as they could go. They're on purples, but that won't do enough if they can't win this fight.
It's a struggle there, and it comes at the cost of everything we've set up going into the remnants of this game. I'm surprised in the entirety that we see Hardeki and Oirine survive as long as they have, but give it but seconds here with some of these teams coming up from the low ground. They might be able to pepper or put shots in the back here. For 07, caught upon the edge of zone. Aurora finally on the full send, taking it toe-to-toe against Cybercats. Make the swing that counts.
I can't believe it. I mean, to be able to do that, they've got the mobile respawn beacon too. Hardeki and OJ Rain trying to pull out a miracle. The longbow from Max Strafey. This is a great weapon in this type of position. Probably would have wanted the Sentinel because one big shot charged up would have done it. But he's going to get the scan. It's just Ushako showing a ton of presence. It gets Mizzy enough time to hit the medkit and now join him as 2. But I like the range that they're finding. 25 HP. He goes away from it and says, double my scan duration. So Max Strafey, a little bit more utility for his team. But he's held here for now. 50 seconds spin. They've got to move. That's a start.
A bit of a separation found here from 2R1C. Max tries to take advantage, but it's hard to climb a rock as smooth as that for Fashion UA. Finally forced to bop back, especially with the rain of ordnance ahead here. 2R1C has been no slouch to the fighting coming into today, and now with the forced movement from Passion, they'll find themselves potentially just ahead of another team out above them.
Good caustic ultimate is just going to force some high ground or far left, and I don't think Max Strafey and already want to do much. They've lost 1 though, and so that will force them to an even fuller retreat, and they've lost the smokes, which means this is going to be a more treacherous climb. Still up above them, guess who it is? It's the Grim Reaper and squad. They've got their team back. Passion UA eliminated by 07. from the side, but it's going to be Aurora still sitting up there. Hardeki, 9 Impulse, and Oi Rain facing off against 07, who hold the top of the hill as pylon teams like LCDF, Phoenix from Forge try to climb up this elevation. It is so hard to do that, though, Ben. This is a very difficult thing for them to get out of.
And it's even worse for Urban here. In cold, no time to spare. Shot from the back. It's none other than LVH, one of our lobby leaders, Liffin, finding the damage. And now, as we train our attention towards the pylon, this mass exodus from all of these rosters, Aurora are one of the few who are able to capitalize on taking away Cybercat's position and putting down the damage.
Navi having a fight against Made in Heaven here. This is huge. If Made in Heaven can win this one, they're on 31 points. That puts them near 34. Plus another placement. It's probably going to be about 35 points total. A big win means they could get close to match point. It's not impossible with 22 players left, but they'd have to go big. Matafe trying to clutch it up. The caustic gas canister doing so much, but not enough. And they will go down. Made in Heaven and Arctic with a sliver, 1 point of health, will take it. And 2R1C and 07 will get in the mix. It looks like Aurora will have rotated, and 07 will come out on top here.
Just on top of this move, everyone tries to take advantage of the good position left behind by Aurora. And for 2R1C, they're so far from being able to take good advantage. Still, though, Hardeki, Impulse, they want to capitalize on the damage that's down to move back in, but it's far too much time left on the reset. Aurora out and forth with now LVH looking to capitalize all but so similarly.
This is close, Ben. This is getting really close. LVH on 39 points, top 3. Just 9 squads left. 6, maybe, just maybe. I think there'll be a few short. But what a performance by our 2 top teams here. They are neck and neck, both tied in 39. And that's really the separation there. If either one of them had tumbled earlier, that might have been the difference. But they are so locked in. Made in Heaven rotating to the southern side. 07 on the very north. They'll have the farthest to go. And LVH rotating on the east. As we get this wide overview, both teams trying to find the advantage. Made in Heaven have a little bit of space there, but everyone positioning for this final fight.
So smart from LVH here to give that fight up. Had they taken that there, it was the perfect setup for Made in Heaven. They instead take advantage of their repositioning to try and collapse on what they assumed was going to be pressure between these 2 rosters and give away what is considered God spot. Now, the fight between Made in Heaven and 07, that's what has been trained, manipulated by the likes of LVH here.
And it's just common sense for them. Let's go ahead and try to find the most points possible in a situation. We played a top 3. Let's get top 2. Or let's get a few more KP. LVH doesn't seem like anybody wants to challenge them. They could all sign a peace treaty and say, let's go for the team in the actual spot where the game is going to end. But 07 get the worst end of that trade. And the bargaining does not go their way. It is LVH. They have been at the top of this lobby. They have dominated since we've seen them so far today. And from range, LVH will claim another victory here on Storm Point, and they're almost at match point.
It is an absurd start that no one could have predicted. You could have asked me before I walked into regional finals who I thought was walking away with that potential lead. And LVH sitting at 53 points, looking and more importantly, needing the win today was not the roster I was to bring up.
I mean, this is maybe the story we were looking for. You know, a team that absolutely has to go for glory, go for gold, and doing it. This is the type of performance that, you're right, no one really expected. And maybe that's where people don't know what it is. So much of our talk with professionals as they go through the week's training is, you know, you didn't really play like you played in scrims. You know, that's a completely different version of you. You play differently now in game. You're way more passive. Scrims, you're doing it. We can't train for this. Well, LVH maybe pulling out a little something, rabbit out of the hat for the rest of the teams going, this ain't the LVH we're used to. We haven't planned for this. And I love to see it. It's great. And also, I want to get Vicky back here with us on the desk to talk about it, because LVH, you're shaking your head. So are we. What? 2 wins so far in 3 games.
And at match point with a team that was ranked 17th in the overall standings. What is going on today? This is why regional finals with match point format is so exciting, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Ben, you know, as we take a look at it too, I want to just say there were a lot of teams who performed. Part of, though, LVH's quick thinking, and what made me think about it is the first game that they won, there was this hard rotation that they were able to. We're actually going to go over this pretty soon, but there was this hard rotation where they were kind of a team sitting on the outside of where it rotated from stacks and kind of were pinching another squad. This time in that zone, they end up moving first and getting to the god spot, and then they don't even have to fight. How much of this is just great decision making from LVH versus they're on fire?
It's everything. At the end of the day, LVH is nowhere close to what we see today if they aren't capitalizing on the mistakes that we're also seeing in so many examples here. And credit where it's due to Made in Heaven. They do their best to take advantage of what they see in front of them. But for LVH, it's that quick decision making, like you said, that is ultimately putting them on top, whether it be game one or, of course, this lovely win here.
Well, I know someone who's got a lot of opinions on Apex, all ones that many people like to consume all across the internet, especially on YouTube, but more recently on our broadcast. Whether you saw him at championships or you're seeing him now, let's welcome AJ Hawk onto the broadcast. J-Hawk, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing great. It's match point format. This is when Apex is at its best, and I'm excited. How are you guys doing?
Doing great, man. Thank you so much for joining us. I got a quick question because you're helping us out. Did you keep your stream rolling?
No, unfortunately, the cam still wouldn't connect when I had OBS up, so I had to turn it off. But
Okay, so he's going to be streaming after this, guys, so make sure to go check him out as well. Show support because he stopped us for the show. J-Hawk, what have you been seeing? I mean, this has been a start where LVH has kind of gone off. I mean, was this what you expected? I don't think anybody expected this.
No, I mean, historically, whenever we've seen these kind of lobbies in the past, regional finals across all the regions, it tends to be the top teams that dominate. It's almost, I don't think we've ever had a single team that was outside of the qualification end up winning. And LVH is having a performance right now that could very well see them potentially even be that first team to make it happen.
Yeah, we were digging really hard throughout the last few years to see if there's ever been a Cinderella story like this. And with a team that started off so strong at the start of the split and then fell off, especially after the new season, they are ramping up. I mean, J-Hawk, just to get your thoughts, what do you think is happening now differently with this team where they haven't really made too many changes, especially looking at their previous matches, suddenly come out for match point format? What do you think this team is doing differently compared to what they usually do in the last few times we've just recently seen them?
Well, obviously during the midway part of the season, we did have the season 20 meta shift, which completely changed the way that armor farming and everything works in competitive. And we saw this in all the regions. A lot of teams who were previously super dominant in season 19, they had to adjust because the pacing of rotates, of the macro that had been built upon years and years of experience, it wasn't the same anymore. We saw even another example, Furia was struggling with this. And when they finally found their form, with the pacing of everything, now they're thriving. And I think the same thing is happening with LVH. You just kind of have to slow down and be willing to adjust. And like you guys already talked about, the quick decision making in those moments of adjustment, it's showing off so far.
Well, I'll tell you what, J-Hawk, you talk about pacing, you talk about rotates. Well, let's have you talk a little bit about some of these final zones we got to see through games 1 through 3. And of course, with game 1, I want to start out with LVH. How does making it into stacks the way they do matter so much and transition into the win here for them?
Yeah, these zones are super difficult to know who's going to win because of how many buildings are available, how many playable spots are here. And LVH was on the outside looking in. They were stuck on the siphon side, had to make a balloon rotate over the mountain, one of the last teams to get in. And they were just able to find a playable spot right outside of construction. Then they had another opportunistic rotate right over to the next building, as we see right next to the end game. And then finally they get to the height and they just wait for the moment where they can drop down, third party a fight. And they have this whole fence line while Alliance is struggling in the opposite side of zone to fend off a fight on themselves. Another opportunistic third party. So for that game, as we talked about with that quick decision making, LVH just showing up when it matters. All of a sudden, new information, we have to react, and they made the right calls every single time.
Ultimately, it's these right calls that put them in the driver's seat to take an easy single-digit fight here to find their first win. But as we move into match 2, we walk away from LVH. So, talk to me, not just about Made in Heaven and their win, but maybe some of the pickups that we see from them.
Yeah, another zone that's similar where it could be staging, it could be thermal, and there's a large mountain in between. And some of the teams like Passion UA or Team Portugal were able to get to that side a little bit quicker, while Made in Heaven comes a little bit later. And then just sitting on the low ground, honestly, I had a little bit of a flashback to Dark Zero taking the Split 2 playoffs. They sat on the low ground, they didn't have anybody looking at them, and then at the very last moment, after a Kraber shot onto Team Portugal kind of greased their game in the end game here, Made in Heaven comes out, they capitalize on it. And I want to shout out specifically the Valkyrie, because in this game, we saw Alliance on the low ground over at Thermal. They couldn't make the climb up. I don't know if you guys were able to catch it. Hawkus couldn't make the climb up. He was struggling. They don't have any balloons, and even if they did, you can't place it in the lava. A Valkyrie comes in clutch for Made in Heaven to get over that mountain, and I think a lot of other teams would have liked to have one too.
A lot of teams would have liked to have good rotations as well, but especially in this match, this rotation from LVH and the move, maybe the mistake from Made in Heaven, is what really seals the deal. Talk to me about it, Jayhawk.
Yeah, I think this was just LVH understanding this final zone and where the opposing teams are going to be. They understood where 07 was on the height. They knew that once Made in Heaven went up there and decided to challenge 07 for it, if they can just take the low ground, they can be the team that comes in last and wins the game. And also, based on where the circle is pulling, all the other teams have to come down to them. As you're seeing just now, Made in Heaven sending it to the low ground, LVH just holding crossfire angles, and they're able to clean it up for the win. It's honestly crazy that our first two teams that won the first two games are then in the final three in game number 3.
Incredible stuff from LVH. They've already gotten so close to match point. Will they be there? 22 points overall for the first place. 07, Made in Heaven. They've been doing well. Aurora started to pick things up in 2R1C as our top 10 from game number 3, our first game on Storm Point. And just a reminder for those, LVH started this day out in 17th place. That is right, 17th, Made in Heaven in 6th. So a little bit more expected from them, but LVH, the standout performer. And what has it gotten them? Where have we gotten after 3? Well, you can only imagine. It's LVH 1 point away from match point. Now, most of the time, that's pretty amazing, Jayhawk, but for me, there's a little bit of that, oh, if we had just done that one thing, we would be able to win right now. They've still got to get another point in this game, but it seems like this is LVH, man. Could this be the surprise, the out of the qualifying first win that we've ever seen?
It could be, but if you're LVH, you're definitely hurting that you didn't get that one extra point, because Made in Heaven is not far behind. And I'm pretty sure mathematically, LVH has to win today. I don't think that if they were to get a second place, there might be some scenario in which they make it, and I'm not exactly sure, but they need to get the win. And so, especially if they get zone prio on this next game, it's going to be a tough one to swallow, because they should get the 1 point, but obviously you want to have the chance to go out there and close it out, because as we've seen, even at our last lane at Champs with Optic Gaming, that lead is never safe. You can't get there super quickly and then just expect you to be the team that closes out because you have the opportunity to do so before everybody else. You could have one of these powerhouse teams like we saw TSM do, being Alliance or 07 or Aurora, who are currently not in the match point spots. They could jump up there later, and if you give them that chance, your spot, where you're going to land, it could slip away.
Mm-hmm. Great point. Sometimes you just need it all by yourself to give you as many chances as possible. You let it slip and you can't get your feet again. Thank you so much, Jayhawk, for hanging out with us. We might see you a little bit later in the day as well. And enjoy the stream, man. We appreciate you doing the watch parties and hanging.
Yeah, appreciate you guys having me.
All right, Jayhawk, everybody. Super kind of him. Very excited. And again, split 1. You know what they're all fighting for. It is coming to a head. We've got a regional finals today. LVH trying to make it there. Where? To Los Angeles. That's right. They're trying to book their tickets to the Galen Center when we have it coming up in May. So stay tuned. Grab your tickets now. We have, not now, on Friday. That is when it goes over. But a great, great showcase of what we have to come right here. Things are always surprising at LAN, Vicky. You can never... you have to almost expect the unexpected when it gets to the big show like that.
It's a different vibe when you're playing on a big stage in front of a large crowd. You feel the energy, and sometimes cold hands could lead to some troubling mistakes out here too, but it's about getting there in the first place for teams like LVH. Mathematically, it's just not possible. They have to win, and if they are a point away and they are currently 2 dubs already in the pocket, it could definitely be in the works. But remember what we saw in APAC South, a 10-game series with what, over 10 to 12 teams sitting at match points? This could get heated in the next game alone to determine where LVH stands, and even teams like Made in Heaven just right behind them.
Well, we got another game on Storm Point here for Game 4. So, Vicky, Dia, it's time for you guys to get at it. Ben and I, we're going to take a quick break. Good luck. Let's get into it.
Hey, Dia, just coming out of the woodworks, just coming out of left field. I see you, Dia. All right, so I got really excited at the end of that last game. You can't see it. Totally busted up my lip jumping, and now we get to go right back into the action on Storm Point. I like the diversity in circles that we've been seeing from a lot of teams that either land in North POYs from World's Edge, Southern POYs, and how a lot of this rotation that we're currently seeing from teams like LVH, and the way that they've been able to prioritize their pathing with these Evil Harvesters to be in the best position that they possibly can, have absolutely worked into the new gameplay that we've been witnessing with teams that do like to go for these early rotates with Season 20 changes.
It very much has. I want to touch on a point that you guys were dancing around during the halftime break with Jayhawk, because it is really, really important that we emphasize this. LVH do need first. Second is worthless. Second is garbage to LVH. Second means they do not go to playoffs. It's first or nothing for this team. And the very fact that they're able to navigate the end zone like that, really impressive. Made in Heaven also looked really good, and dropping over at wall, you'd expect them to have a difficult time with the Coastal Camp end zone, but Made in Heaven had impressed me with the way they took a fight against Na'Vi at Coastal Camp before anyone else was there for Godspot, and then they surprised me by giving it up for the attempted kills on 07.
It's actually crazy. A very similar outlook from Made in Heaven, actually, when you talk about that final circle in World's Edge, and they continuously do it once again, landing in Monument and then making that rotate over to that south side by Big Mod, where that choke point leaving into Lava Siphon is always so congested. But here, taking a look at Storm Point, with their quick rotate, it's definitely allowed them to find these better positions. That is really interesting to see. I mean, they are a very consistent team on their own. That's why they're sitting in 6th in the overall standings with 86 points, compared to the likes of LVH that are with 53 points. That's why we're saying it's a dub or nothing here in this case, because you look at the gap between having 53 and even E6 waiting on the cusp between 2 Rats One Controller and Lecite de France with 84 points. You need to frag out aside from trying to get these dubs. Let's get started here. Our next game on Storm Point before we make that next 2-game transition onto World's Edge.
In this lobby, no one, and I mean no one, Vicky, has the luxury of patience. That includes, of course, Cold and ANC Outplayed, who are fighting once more for dominance at Downed Beast, but I'm including LVH and Made in Heaven in that, needing just a few points to put themselves on match point. Both really wanting to secure the win as soon as possible. Smoke's going to go a bit wide, which is going to put a punishing cooldown onto Cold as they just crest the back of Downed Beast. ANC Outplayed get priority on this position, and with smokes and gas already set up, should be able to keep it despite the Skynade.
Cold can't ever catch a break, but OP has been losing out on this battle. Andy Jax has that Rampage ready to go and already revved up. Try to get the scan to get some more information while they hold on to this high ground here. But while more time passes, while this fight continues to go on in Down Beast, this is a 50-50 that we're constantly looking forward to looking at, whether it be here or on World's Edge over by Skyhook.
Revved up Rampage will ruin your life. I personally took offense when Rainday mentioned last game that the Rampage hasn't been as good this season. He's not wrong, but also, I love the Rampage, and I've been making really good use of it. I would encourage you at home, if you're a bit of a doubter, pick it up. Just see how it goes. If you don't like it, you don't like it, and that's fine. But a revved up Rampage, that will change your game, oftentimes for the better. First zone revealing itself, as well as the second that we've got access to here on broadcast, does mean that we'll be going over towards Ceto Station. And this time, thankfully, Vicky, it's far enough away from Checkpoint that we won't get a million people running into Checkpoint before eventually going to Ceto, as has so often happened this Pro League.
Love to hear that Dia is another Rampage enthusiast out here. Listen, you can't hide behind no double door when that's already revved up and you think you're safe, and little did you know you are getting absolutely blown out of those doors. But you get to see a lot more where the circle's pulling towards Cito. The team's playing by the edge as we take a look once again at the down B's fight. LVH probably thriving over by Mill, still hearing that this fight is going on. And since Mill is right there neighboring next to Cito, the one team that they could be looking at could be full English. I would probably rotate from the checkpoint choke into Mill's side. So while this fight is going on, it's going to be very threatening for the teams around the area that they could actually get involved, considering where the circle's pulling.
I'm really surprised that both teams have kept this going as well. After ANC outplayed, got the height advantage in the first 30 seconds of this game, Cold and ANC both had the opportunity to rotate out, ignore each other, pick up more loot, and actually improve their chances of winning the game. The fact that we're still fighting for this POI is not just costing you in the fact that a third party can show up, which, you know, 50-50 as to whether it's likely or not, but it's guaranteed that both of these squads are going to be behind on evos and behind on rotations when compared to literally everyone else in the lobby.
And literally, Lou, even with a replicator being right there too, so much time wasted here. They popped the Beast of the Hunt. They still got that Sentinel ramped up here. Graceful not needing a scope after using that Beast of the Hunt, but with them still taking their time to try to take this fight, could it be an ego check here for Cole, knowing that they get landed on in Skyhook? Nice crack there with the Sentinel. But it's also denying them these Evo Harvests to try to get some extra points and already get that perk on underway. Willem gets hit with another Sentinel shot. I love the comps coming in. This enables JMW and Urban to close in the gap. But this is where Cold, whichever team comes out on top of this fight and the skirmishing comes out, will allow one of these teams to exit out of this fight with Blue Evo.
Cold should be able to find it. Next knock does come through, and that one's on to Shex. Can't help but wonder where that last member of ANC outplayed is at, since we did not see the immediate box conversion. Willem hiding underneath the tail, may be able to get some banners a little later on, may be able to survive, but I cannot emphasize this enough. Despite the amount of time and despite the kills that were picked up, both teams lose this engagement, and nothing makes it clearer than the LVH third party, who now have height in down to Beast, already came in with blues and have Cold on the back foot.
I want to preface that LVH had taken their sweet time. They scanned the ring console at Mill. They got the Evil Harvesters south of Mill. They were thinking to hold positioning for where that circle was pulling, since they already had that information, and heard this fight going on for as long as it did, that they decided to counter-rotate and move right back into where Down Beast is here to try to get involved. They split up the fight, and Navi trying to continue this fight. They did lose out on Matafi earlier on. You see the crypto drone also floating ahead, and with that fight win here, they know that they have to try to restabilize just as quickly, because here comes the EMP to ring out for the third party to move in.
Navi aren't going to get pushed off of that, at least initially. The early Mozam from Tyler keeps everyone at bay, but with Matafe back in the game, that's where you really have the opportunity to stabilize as Navi. Third party, just a little bit snow from Noises and Dell. Instead, Navi will stabilize, hold on to their really nice spot in Cito, and wait for the rest of the game to come to them.
Willem is still alive. Actually still alive here. Holding it down for the rest of OP, while he's now going to be struggling with loot and playing this out as a solo. Looking to try to take the Trident for now, but while he is trying to get away from Cold, who won that 50-50 off the rip before LVH interrupted, they will be trying to rotate from that north side of the circle, at least through checkpoint perhaps, where we know that Leciter France had already gone ahead of the curve and looted through North Path, through the armory. Looks like OP trying to divert. Did think about trying to go for the res right there, but gotta focus on those meds too if you're gonna be playing outside the circle for as long as possible. Now before we tune into Alliance playing inside of Jurassic.
The Jurassic rotate, one that is more for KP than it is for zone positioning. Alliance are emphasizing picking up points because they got to look at the scoreboard as well as we did before this game. Everyone is so far behind that You got to pick up as many points as possible in order to secure your spot in the playoffs and likely try and take this match point. Alliance do have good positioning now on the remainder of the engagement, and Cybercats get away safely. Let's take a look at the map, however, because this one's going to be a really interesting maneuver. We did already get a lot of teams rotating into Cito, but it does look like we're pulling a little further into the western side, which means that teams like LVH have priority and Passion as well. Actually, if we look at the position that Passion are in, they should be able to hold this ridge line. Either they or a team near them should be able to hold the ridge line. 07 can wait this out for likely a third place, and most of the problems will come from teams like Omit and LVH that can challenge on both sides of this rock. These teams, whoever comes out of the western side alive, has the best chance of taking a game away from Passion or 07 as it stands.
Oh my goodness, I love the teleprompter icons actually highlighting where a lot of these teams are going to be moving, Dia. It's great. And you can also see Aurora now making their way right behind LVH. As you mentioned, this is where a lot of that congestion is going to come from, the southern rotating teams. But also in an early position like this, LVH don't really have a lot of cover to work off of. As you can see right here, playing off the low ground. Yes, Pride Rock is in favor for Aurora, but they do have to get off eventually. And we know that there's another team on the other side of LVH to look at.
We've already lost 2 teams. Placement points going to be coming in soon. Placement points that are really important for Made in Heaven, who just need the singular point to make it in. As Aurora drop down, maybe a bit early. Unfortunately, they'll lose Oirain. However, we've seen them come back from this before. When you lose Oirain, when you lose one, Aurora are no strangers to pulling it back. So hold your horses, everyone. We got a mobile res incoming, and Aurora will be back soon.
They're making a comeback here. Hardeki as well also has that lifeline care package ready to go. It's waiting on the other side while also looking behind them, knowing that there's still teams taking shots at them while they hold on to that high ground. But LVH not in that same pressuring pinch right here as they still trying to put down the pressure. They see the Moby that's being called in.
LVH now having lost one, their chances of actually finishing the, I hesitate to call it a third party, but the swoop in are pretty low. Omit are going to pick up that kill, and it means that it's really a fight between Omit and Aurora for who runs the western side of the zone. The western side, as we emphasized, is really important. 07 are still fine, Passion are still fine on the ridge line, but the actual game, that third place high KP position, it's all being decided in this area by Mill when we've already had the massive delay by Downed Beast.
It's crazy, and LVH playing with their backs literally against the wall, with them being on the other side of Aurora. JMW in some trouble here too, while Cold finally rotate not just only down Beast, but through this choke point, through checkpoint. The Cita France are holding onto the high ground right here. 30-30 in hand with the Skull Piercer ready from Psychop. Well, they are putting in some pressure on this team. They have the positional advantage here. 17 squads left, but it's Lecita France that are just trying to deny the Evo Harvester to Cold that are still playing off that low ground.
Already got a team wipe as well. LCDF had a slower day than I anticipated. Perhaps it's, something to do with when I cast. LCDF have a rough day, which, it's already happened this split. But I sure would like to see them bring it back, because they were a team that was nearly qualified.
Okay, this is worth it though. That was worth it. Yes, LVH get eliminated, but we saw them pick up the straggler of OP Dia. Lifein was able to get KP, which means that is the 1 point that LVH needed to currently sit at match point. We have now officially one team from EMEA that is now at match point. They go down this game, but if they win the next game and no other team is there sitting at match point meeting them, then LVH could be your potential regional final winners in the EMEA region.
Oh my lord. Like, the fact that that happened in a split second is huge. The rest of this game, of course, going to determine who's coming up behind them. But the very fact that LVH have achieved their goal, and now it's up to the rest of the lobby to challenge that, to set yourself up in the best position, to keep LVH off, to put yourself in a spot where you can really challenge them, because otherwise they're going to be the only team on match point going into the next round, the only one with a chance to win when they've already found an actual match victory today.
And on World's Edge there too, on both maps, but regardless, something to look at for the next game as Navi play from this low ground, get the crack with the Volt. They already have 3 KP in their own pocket, but playing off this low ground here on the edge of where that next circle is pulling towards, just trying to get some more information. The Watson fences are set up on the high ground too. Little uneasy to see if they want to try to take this fight or take their time rotating, noting that there's another team out in the distance that kind of is noted already.
Navi's position in Ceto will be rewarded for the moment, unlike, say, any spots in Checkpoint at the moment. It's going to be a big exodus of teams that are coming out of the low ground in Checkpoint and ultimately into the hands of teams like Omit and Aurora, who are on the western side. LCDF very much included in that, and with round 3 just now starting to close, you may pick up a few more kills, but LCDF are unlikely to survive the full zone close.
Gonna be careful with that, Havoc. Just trying to spray and pray when you don't have the turbo in there or no information with the smoke nades blocking your view. JMW playing off the high ground, having to be careful. He gets beamed. Double Nemesis coming in from the choke. Let's see their fonts trying to get out of their sidelines. Yeah, and you mentioned Omid coming in close. And they finally in a safe position too. They don't really have to overextend in the choke that they're playing off of.
With E6 down, placement points are going to start coming in. Again, every point matters for these teams. Izidam with some nice poke out of the Havoc. Doesn't pick up another kill. And while LCDF bide their time with a fight in these buildings, they still have to worry about Omit, who are waiting and picking up kills while all this happens. Cold are going to go down. LCDF have just one member left standing, and you've got to imagine that Psycop gets full send. The zone, even as painful as it is not going to stop 3 people from coming in and picking up a kill. Even Lufka goes over at half HP, and Omit will slide in to finish off the kill before they lose one to a full thirst. Omit, now with several kills this game, should have put themselves well above the 7-point threshold in this particular match, and now need to worry about Aurora as they exit Checkpoint.
And this is why we had all of our eyes on Omit coming out on top from that fight, while Alliance are looking to restabilize themselves. Unlucky gets beamed again. It's Fuda off probably that side building. We know that there's 3 other teams that were waiting up this hill, with Alliance playing right below. It's Aurora looking at them, Passion on the other side, and 07 in the building right next to them.
I love Alliance. I get where they're coming from. This position looks good, but man, is it doomed, Vicky. There are too many teams on the low ground for this to work, and the Arc Stars are just sealing that face. Hacky's gonna try and stick the res, and hey, as many points as Alliance can pull out of this, that's all the better. But it is not looking good if you're an Alliance fan. Let's actually take a look at the map and see exactly why that's happening. With 07 having really early prioritized this building, their win condition is going to be to push Alliance. With UA holding this building, their position is going to be to push Alliance. Aurora can poke Alliance. Passion are going to gatekeep Alliance. Everything is about who controls high ground here.
And with Passion being on the other side and the fighting coming out of Ceto, they're looking like chameleons. They got one eye on Alliance, another eye on what's happening right below them. But Go Next are flying from the sky to actually get on top of the same building as 07. Made in Heaven at 41 points, no longer close to match point just yet until he can maybe come out on top from this fight. But right now, with them playing as a duo, it is looking incredibly hard. Crack after crack, they see the opportunity, but they need to move into the circle, and they're about to get gate capped.
The zone is just too much. Arctic goes down to the ring. Made in Heaven are gone before they hit match point. And now it's that fight for the high ground. 2R1C, the one squad that can challenge Passion and Full English, who control the ridgeline. Can they pull off a third party? Because the only way forward is up.
Woo! Off of the 131 on the Havoc. Energy ammo looking incredibly dire, though. They lose out on Hierarcha. And off to the right side, Missy gets beamed. This is the cluster that we were expecting. 1 member left for Navi, and 2 Rats, 1 controller are out of this lobby. 6 squads left, and Full English are looking to fully send it against Passion on the high ground.
But we cannot forget, Aurora are still up here. As much as we'd like to say, oh, well, it's over, Passion and Full English, it's a fight between them, Aurora can still come in and with a Kraber, ruin any chances that Full English have at dominating this game. With Passion having just gone out, there are 4 squads left. Full English are being pressured not just by Aurora, but from Go Next, who are trying desperately to claw their way up the hill.
And they were able to do it with the Kraber against the last solo that was left from Navi here. Now with Aurora coming in, Nine Impulse putting in the damage necessary. The Havoc blaring through their ears, having to navigate away, though. Hardeki's trying to give him some suppressed fire, but he himself is one. They have to give some space here with 4 squads left. Actually backing away after full English was able to pepper into them.
Aurora have to navigate this perfectly, and the end zone control is going to start with prioritizing the team, Passion UA, that is coming from the eastern side of this ring. Go Next, putting out a lot of pressure, but if Passion UA walk up on Aurora, then Aurora have nothing but low ground. Let Go Next take a little bit of space. Let them pressure full English. Aurora just have to survive. Full English are gone. It's 3 teams left. Passion UA and Go Next stand in the face of the #1 team in EMEA.
Oh, this is so intense now as Aurora call in the lifeline care package so that way they can get some extra cover here. Go Next clear that southeastern side of the circle. Looking at Aurora and Passion on the other side here. Go Next have a great position. My eyes are on if they have that EMP for this next fight. The circle closing in around their backs here before that final circle right after this one comes out.
And remember the Kraber. Aurora, of all things, have a Kraber that can change the end game. A single shot from that could put Go Next or Passion in the ground, and Passion are wrapping on low ground. Passion are taking the fight up against Go Next, giving Aurora all the time and space in the world. An early defensive crypto ult from Go Next forces them to take the fight back onto Passion the low ground. And you know what that means, Vicky? It means Aurora are coming in for the win.
They are playing for second place, and Aurora's playing for the dub, as we always have, only leaving Bambino. It's just a matter of time. And Aurora, they take the game, and they take all the extra points. Not that they need it, but the dub that they grabbed from game number 4 before we transition onto World's Edge.
Brush your shoulders off as Aurora. They sat back and they watched that end game play out in their favor. The push from Go Next changed so much, and the control of the ridgeline that worked for Aurora really carried them into one of the best spots in the end game. Playing around the outside where nobody really focused ultimately let them take a full reset, remember, as they had lost one on the way in and still pick up a convincing win.
And it was them staying quiet after they had made that rotate from Cenote Cave to play outside the circle up by Pride Rock and still pressure out LVH without early rotating and putting themselves in that same pinching situation that LVH found themselves in. I love the patience that we just saw right there from Aurora, so that way they can actually not only hold on to the high ground, but have a way easier time trying to rotate into where that final circle was pulling.
Passion UA, very scary in that end game as well. In many ways, Passion UA decided who won because they arguably could have made a play for it themselves, though it would have been difficult. And they could either choose to run at Aurora and be shot at by Go Next, or run at Go Next and give the win to Aurora. You can't fault them for their choices. They did pick up a lot of KP on the way, and that's what it's all about right now, is picking up as many points as you can in a given game, because whether you win or not, you just have to catch up to LVH.
Exactly, and with that one KP that they found on the last straggler of OP, they find themselves at match point. Even if they didn't get it with positioning and placement, at the very end, they now are the only team in this lobby to be sitting at match point where the next game could determine everything for LVH.
Now, a reminder that since we've played 4 games, if LVH were to win the next one, we would still play another to let teams sort out the standings below LVH as much as first place would be secured. LVH wouldn't participate in that lobby. And so, as unlikely as it is, and I know LVH have won a lot today, but as unlikely as it is, it's important that we set that precedent so people know what's going on and what the stakes are as we there's still plenty of time for teams that don't have to win to just pick up a few points to nudge them into that 7th, 8th place spot.
And with the end goal in sight here for some of these teams, in case you missed it earlier, everyone at home, we finally have revealed the location of Split 1 playoffs. Let's take a look at this.
I just got word that LAN is in Los Angeles this year.
Wait, we don't have to move the green screen this
Bro,
time?
we don't gotta move it at all.
Let's go.
The city where stars are made here, everyone. Finally, we get our spot, we get our location, and I'll be seeing all of you, hopefully, in LA. For more information, guys, don't forget, you could scan the little QR code right over here. Get your phones and make sure you guys get that scan so that way you have even more information. So you could also set up your planning to meet a lot of these legends out in the arena, because it's going to be a fantastic time. Once again, this is where everything is in it for these teams competing for today's regional final. This is what's on the line, or even the land, I guess you could say, for some of these teams and where they stand, because LVH, it's looking very close, but they haven't solidified themselves in that position just yet. Just like a lot of the other teams like Aurora right behind them, they're already sitting pretty. They already know where they're going out here, but can these other teams clutch it out, Dia?
I guess we'll have to wait and find out, because we are swapping back into World's Edge for these games, back to where LVH found the win in the very first game of the day. A reminder as well that if LVH win this game, if they qualify to LAN, they will be the first team in ALGS history to be outside of LAN qualification and qualify themselves via a win. The only way for them to feasibly do it at this point.
Actually history in the making right now if they are able to clutch it out. This is what regional finals is all about too. This is why I love match point format in the way that I do, because it opens up the door for these teams to crawl out of the deepest depths that they found themselves in from the very start of this split, now with a second chance opportunity using match point format. But can it be done as we get set up once again on World's Edge? Game number 5, with LVH being the only team at match point.
This is it. This is where ultimately we'll have to understand whether LVH got a bit lucky during the first part of the day, or whether they really understand how to win when everybody is playing for that very same thing. Because we already mentioned, Vicky, that during the first couple of matches, teams do tend to play a little bit more conservatively, perhaps give you more wiggle room as any other squad in the lobby, because they're prioritizing their own lives and ability to accumulate points. Especially now, teams like LVH are in danger, because a lot of other squads at the Pro League level and at the LAN level, as they will ultimately discover, are very good at knowing who exactly is sat next to them. As much as anonymous mode is on and nobody has full information, you know when LVH is next to you, and you know when Aurora is next to you. You know who's rotating and when, not just by where they're landing, by the color of their dive trails, and by their rotations and the timing that they take in order to get close to you. This is something that pro teams are really used to picking up on, and everybody should be watching for LVH.
And while we wait on the edge of our seats, guys, we're going to go to a quick break real quick while we get the lobby set up once again. Don't go anywhere. Can this be LVH time to shine? We'll have to see on the other side. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking with us. There's a lot on the line here. We want to make sure we get everything set up. Everyone is loaded into the lobby because we have game number 5 on World's Edge coming up next.
And as we've talked about, World's Edge, especially during the start of the day, is a map that a lot of people have spent more time on, have figured out more. It's more of an exact science when you get to World's Edge, just how exactly you'll win any given game, and importantly, exactly how you'll rotate to get there. People have seen this map play out hundreds of thousands of times, and it means that ultimately what teams are going where and how you should move from where you are into the ultimate end zone is that much more predictable. Give that alongside the fact that World's Edge provides a lot more cover, and teams can actually play a lot more safely on World's Edge, as opposed to Stormpoint that tends to value those slightly more aggressive teams and their ability to punish missteps. World's Edge can actually be a very forgiving place, especially if you're picking a good spot to play.
Especially, that's why we see circles with skyhook endings or any end circles that have a lot of this coexisting space for some of these teams will provide us with way more teams in those end circles, especially seeing that we're having so much caustic in World's Edge at the start of Season 20 with the perks being presented too. It just allows so many teams to control that space very early on. And LVH has displayed that they can not only just win on World's Edge, but they've already won on Stormpoint. Both times that they've won, they've had double-digit KP aside from the dub. Game 1, they won with 13 KP when we saw the circle shift over by stacks. And then game number 3 on Stormpoint, when we saw Zephyr and Rain Day take us through all the action, we saw that they were able to win and just stay 1 point away from being at match point. And that was with them finishing off that game with 10 KP.
You know what's curious as well is that a team that actually was near the top of the leaderboards coming out of World's Edge has fallen off during Stormpoint by quite a bit. 2R1C made really big waves with their unorthodox crypto, lifeline, and Bangalore composition in the first couple of games. We've even seen them do similar things on Stormpoint, but for some reason, today's Stormpoint games, the first 2, didn't really favor them, especially in the way that 2R1C have wanted to fight so far. I do wonder whether they can claw their way back up into the top 3 position that they were in when we left World's Edge by the end of the next 2 games.
We're gonna have to see with LVH looting up tree as they usually do, but it is nice to note that they do have a ring console right here coming off of this POY, and since Wives is on that caustic, they're gonna be able to take that extra information and immediately start quickly rotating here, aside from the fact they also got a replicator. So quick bats for everybody, and the Evil Harvester that's off to the side, so a very good start with the Southern Zone, as it looks like right here, for this team that is looking to take the dub for this game.
Having the first zone data as well as the replicator, just incredibly powerful for LVH. And replicators, of course, have taken a totally different role in the ALGS now, as they used to be a place where teams would stop their rotation, and now they're honestly basically a footnote, especially with more people playing a lifeline who just has batteries on batteries on batteries. Crafters are used explicitly when you need them, and when you do, it is an incredibly quick pit stop. It's like in cars, you know, when they have all the little cars doing the pit stop, and they're
make sure to get every wheels out just as quick.
Do they move that quick in actual car sports that aren't navigated by other cars? I don't know.
Good question. That's a good question. Meanwhile, here Daytona's right in my backyard. Haven't seen it happen yet, but it looks just like that with the way that they access that replicator. And Leciter Fonts taking their time in getting those Evo shields up. Perhaps an Evil Shield Harvester over by the north side of Skyhook. Doesn't actually look like it here, but with them splitting a lot of that Skyhook east loot, we get to also see where the circle is pulling, and it's not going as south as we could have actually expected with the circle pulling where it is right now. But LVH, you can see with their quick rotate, they've already called it an evac tower. They're already looking to close in that gap. Passion UA and Passion over by staging. They have also that ring console information, but there's a lot of spots to coexist by staging. It's about getting through that choke, where you see that Alliance is probably going to be rotating from Thermal over to that south side and then finding a safe spot by the train tracks. That's going to be the question here for a lot of these teams that are rotating from the east side.
I really like where 07 are sat right now, right outside of Landslide. There are a couple end zones over there. You've also got the positions by Harvester where LVH seem to be prioritizing. Evac tower actually netting them a pretty decent spot, all things considered, and a relatively defensible one right outside of Thermal.
They are playing for the dub with this rotate. I mean, of course they are, but it's the fact that they called in double evac to get to this spot alone, avoid any confrontation with Alliance, and then Cybercats that were right next to Thermal, and then immediately hold this choke. Probably going to hang out by the Mirage Trois side, and if they do, they're going to be cleared out, probably get some extra loot by the small buildings that exit out of Mirage Trois, and if they could even get the scan on a beacon with the Bloodhound over by the south side of Mirage, that's even more information to see the rotation points that some of the teams around them are taking.
It gives you so much data, being able to hit a survey beacon and understand not just where the zone is likely going, but what spots are unoccupied in said zone is just incredibly powerful. And any team that can make use of that, all the more power to them. Go Next seem to be in a fair position to do so right now. Was LVH fight for the Made in Heaven spot from just last game, where ultimately Made in Heaven had to take a Valkyrie over into Thermal. This time, LVH are more likely to have to clear on in, and Made in Heaven's position actually seems, Vicky, this is not a surprise to me anymore, though it was at the start of the day, like a fantastic spot for the end zone. This is one of, honestly, very few end zones that can occur in rings like this, and Made in Heaven are in the dead center of it, and one of the best, most forgiving, to re-emphasize that, positions.
And with the legend comp that they're running too, they are sitting pretty inside that building with the caustic barrels already set up, unless a crypto EMP just wants to grief them there in their setup that they worked so hard for. Gonna have to see how some more of these teams make that rotate as we tune into Alliance. Talking about the crypto drone, just taking some shots at that, while also noting that there is a team playing right below them. This could be Go Next on their rotate from that north side, but let's not forget that LVH is right alongside Alliance on that slight lip of a high ground closer to that building that looks onto staging.
And I would not be envious of any team that is sat next to Alliance in what is coming up on the final games of regional finals. This is a very scary place and a scary team to be next to, because Alliance are so proficient at being able to take 3v3s. It's what got them their initial fame during the split 2 playoffs of last year, and then subsequently the championship. Alliance have fought to keep that title all throughout this split, and now are doing a really nice job of executing on a rotation that will take them into a less contested spot in zone, likely near where 07 was holding earlier. Unfortunately, it's right into E6 and LCDF.
Oh, E6 rotating out of Lava Siphon. Now Na'Vi making their rotate from the tree side. There is a survey beacon right here that they want to hit and get some more information of. Omit is also in Thermal Station, by the way. When we highlight the quick rotate from Alliance, Omit had immediately taken their spot. There's also a Harvester over to the north side of Thermal if they really want to. They try to take some shots at Omit, who are trying to get back to that one single straggler that they've left to get the Evil Harvester. But they know that this entire side is clear, minus Na'Vi, who are trying to rotate from the south side, as well as Cybercats, who have not moved from that building that neighbors Thermal Station.
I'm sad it didn't work out, but Na'Vi, who were running Ash during the first couple of games of the day,
yeah,
not going to be doing that anymore. I'd love to hear more about it. The pick may have value, but for Na'Vi right now in their need to win state, they're going to stick with this, perhaps giving the rest of the teams a little more time to adapt in scrims. Ring's going to continue pulling us up towards the northern side of the current zone, and it looks like Made in Heaven have predicted this pretty darn perfectly, Vicky. Forge aren't going to have a zone ending on them. Passion UA arguably still could. The rest of staging is gone. Get out of there as soon as you can, because Made in Heaven could very well win this game.
And talking about Made in Heaven's positioning, they have such a great rotate pattern. If it does completely shift closer into Harvester, Cybercats actually playing for their lives inside of that same bunker right now, running the Mad Maggie, Caustic, and Wraith comp that we highlighted at the very beginning of the show. The team is actually trying to close in the gap right here too, but it can be so difficult when you have that Nox grenade that was already sent out to control some more of that space. Looks like a portal is being made right here, or was made earlier on by Ranches, in case they have to actually try to reposition desperately with teams still playing off by the canyon side to their south.
Oh, this portal is good too. I was wondering where this went. being able to control height as Cybercats is pretty good here. I'm really surprised to see them holding inside of Harvester instead of prioritizing the ridgeline where we saw LVH rotate through earlier. Though even now, more teams should be walking up to that open space, and Cybercats' composition is good inside. The actual game-winning spots are probably those up on higher ground, nearby thermal, and the train tracks leading above staging.
Trying to theory craft where the circle could pull, we've seen a lot of these circles mix up on a lot of teams that were expecting a much more traditional end circle. We've seen a very similar circle like this actually hard pull towards the bunker opening of where Cybercats is actually at right now. Obviously, we've also seen it pull toward that hilltop that leads into the opening of the Armory Cave. But with teams like Made in Heaven and their positioning, and even Passion UA with the early rotate on top of the high ground that overlooks Harvester, it could go on both sides, and it makes it easier for those teams to actually find themselves in a better position once more of these other teams weed each other out on the edge of the circle.
Looks like 2R1C playing extraordinarily carefully right now. They've already got purples, which is going to be just fine for them, but with a position like this, you're probably looking for a late evac in, and 2R1C may still pick off other teams that rotate in late, but they're not going to try and aggressively take space until the eventual evac tower to take them into zone. While Aurora, they're certainly getting aggressive. On the Snake, another pretty nice spot for upcoming potential zones, especially if it pulls up onto the hill where Passion UA are currently sat. Aurora are one of the first teams out of Harvester to get dibs to that high ground,
while also trying to gatekeep the likes of Cold Infinite on the other side of Harvester.
What do they get?
Oh, this is why, Dia. The lifeline coming in clutch. You got the Evo Cash, you got the Kraber to hold in hand, and you're not moving from that Snake building anytime soon if you are Aurora, with a nice little overhead at the action happening here by Landslide. It is 07 versus LCDF, but in the waking, Team Portugal is right behind LCDF, so they're looking for the opportunity to try to third party this with the circle closing in behind.
This could turn into a 3 or even 4 team clash, with Portugal moving up on LCDF, LCDF under 07, and Alliance looking at all of that. Landslide could very quickly become the place to be, especially because it'll give decent rotational options to whatever team is ultimately the last one standing here. Portugal have a decent spot to play for right now, and let's not forget, they've always got the option to immediately send on to LCDF as long as they can cover the high ground that 07 would otherwise have as line of sight on them.
So many teams in that congested spot exiting out of the tunnel that leaves you from Monument. Meanwhile, in the middle of Harvester here, trying to take a different position. This is where so many other teams are at, but Cold playing on the outside of the circle. OP trying to take this fight. Infinite taking some shots as OP get eliminated. The first squad to get eliminated in this lobby took some time here with 55 seconds closing up for this next circle to close in. But Aurora still with the Kraber. 9 Impulse is looking at what's happening with a lot of these other teams that are going to be forced to funnel in their line of sight.
Aurora's gatekeeping is going to be just that for now. Cold don't have a whole lot of options to actually push Aurora out, especially with the shield, and we know weapon advantage that Aurora have. Even as they hit the scans, they've got the informational edge. And Aurora just keeps stacking the difficulty of taking them out. Almost no other team will be able to look at this either. Even if this turns into a full-out brawl, teams like Passion UA are not going to give up on the high ground that they've otherwise got secured.
Kashera was in some trouble. He was able to pop the shield bat right there while 07 retake the high ground here. They know that there's so many other teams that were in the area originally. But with Citafon seeing the action, they actually ended up prioritizing their rotate to get out of the pinch that they were in between 07 and Team Portugal. Now it's Team Portugal that are going to have a lot more of a rougher time right here. They don't look like they have an evac tower if you look at EQ. Kashera now just waited to see if they could close in this gap. Popped up that med kit so that way he could be fully up to health. Maybe even expect to take some more of that ring damage while more of this fighting's happening on the other side of the circle.
We gotta keep our eyes on LVH. Still on blues even this late into the game. Got a long way to go, not just in their Evo, but to the ring. Let's take a listen to see how LVH approach it.
Stay on high. Yeah, I am. We could just take this.
Looking for KP maybe.
Okay, we got the high ground. Just look around.
Yeah.
There's a team down below right now. Caustic,
Cross the crack.
Focus on.
Yeah, we need to clear tracks.
There's a team in truck.
There's a team there now.
Try and get. I'm good. I'm okay. I'm just taking a back. Well, look over me, guys.
He's running around down here. Crack one.
We don't even. That doesn't even need to be our focus. It's just this team.
If they fight over there, we need to follow commit.
Yeah.
They're looking at us though. They're running. Dude, look at this. They're running towards us a bit.
Yeah, they are. We must have fight.
Get grenade.
I'm popping out up.
Bang, cracked.
Nice.
Take flash.
No scan for a bit. I'm big.
Chill, relax. A little bit.
Got landed jet.
50 on 1. I'm good.
Chill. Nice, we're ready to bang out. It's fine.
No healing. I have to tank 1.
I mean, I need the barrel behind us.
I think we could survive here on mapping. No, probably not.
Go scan again. Look over me, guys. Yeah, they're getting close.
They're blood on thing.
Do we have accelerants or no?
No accelerants.
I got fucking evaporated.
Stop peeking bottom. We just focus on top if we're gonna go there.
I mean, top's like
It's
probably
fuck.
game winning play. No, top's game winning play.
We have to try, right?
I think so.
Do you have accelerant cells? I need accelerant cells.
No.
Nah. Let's watch forward.
Yeah, let's try to go for it.
I'm saving scan. I'm walking up top.
They're on height. Yeah.
It's working.
Let's get me.
Wait, I'm scanning.
I'm netting up on them.
No, I just got evaporated. I have no smokes. We just need to call the car and just fucking send it. We don't have a choice.
Yeah.
Help him on range, maybe.
I can't really see them though.
Can we swing inside?
I opened up on them now.
I'm fucked.
We're still in here, on me.
We can play slow here. We can play slow on dives.
We can drop on me.
Yeah, I'm dropped down on here.
Let's chill. No smokes.
I need cells. I have none.
I can give you some.
Can you scan below us?
Yeah. Scanning ready? Whole team. I need a cell, guys. We just have to play small as fuck.
No meds.
Dropped a cell.
I have 1 med kit, 3 syringes. I'm dropping 2 syringes. I have 1 back. No bad.
Really smart play from LVH to attempt and take this position away from Na'Vi. Even Made in Heaven are focusing it now because Na'Vi have one of the most influential spots. Unfortunately, with Made in Heaven giving up their position, the pinch from Na'Vi is devastating. Everything is about who controls this area at the end of the fight.
And that leaves that building open after Made in Heaven have now moved from that spot. That leaves it for any team, Infinite, Passion, to quickly go for the rotate if they have the time. While LVH, the team with everything on the line, are getting fully sent. Lifen being the only one alive, dropping down from the low ground. A team above him, a team swinging to his left. There's only so much you could do. They're both healing right in front of each other. And Lifen doesn't have enough in the tank. He gets 1 knock. He tries to get the second, but swinging as a duo, you can only do so much playing out of the corner. Surdell and Noises come out on top, and LVH, the threats in this low lobby are no more.
The game determining fight that happened up on high ground is over. Made in Heaven took out Na'Vi, and now they've got another squad pushing up on them. Passion moving in from the northern side, taking out bits of 2R1C here and there, have meager cover and are gonna go down. This fight, this all-out brawl on the north side of the zone is changing everything. Passion UA look down on this. Infinite are in this small canyon. Passion are suffering on the low ground, and on the other end, we've got a fight to win the game.
And that was off of Max Strafey Craver shot up on the high ground. He gets the finalized pick here. Passion get eliminated, and Full English playing off the low ground right next to Made in Heaven's building that they have retaken.
Ultimately, Full English likely have to fight Infinite, but if they can somehow manage to third party Made in Heaven and Omit, there is a chance. The biggest problem, though, is that no one is on the north side of the zone anymore. Everyone from 2R1C got eliminated, and it means that Passion UA are under no threat. There's a very real chance in this situation that Passion UA are the ones to win the game, not Made in Heaven, not Omit, who are fighting for the otherwise would-be Godspot.
Actually, in Godspot themselves, Passion UA up on the high ground, uncontested. This is his free range for them at this point. The 140 from Max Strafe. He got 3 more bullets left in the Kraber. It is nice to highlight, though, right underneath them in the canyon is Infinite, but they're still playing at a position disadvantage there alongside Passion UA, who have the high ground advantage and looking at the KP that they can clean up for free onto Full English on the side of the building, Made in Heaven playing on the other side, and then Omit trying to swing around to safety.
Now that LVH are gone, points mean everything. Timing is going to be super important as the next zone has started to close, and Made in Heaven will have to leave right into the Full English. We'll have difficulty climbing up at this point, but Omit still very much focused on Made in Heaven.
Made in Heaven are 1 point away to sit at match point. This could be it here. Huge nades. Max Strafey sending out that nade from the distance. Now trying to take his last Kraber shots. Misses with the pole being right there. They do feel a little bit of the pressure there. Made in Heaven are out of this lobby. Were they able to get that finalized point? We're going to have to see with 4 squads left. Passion UA were right behind Made in Heaven, by the way. They had 32 points in total before going into this game, sitting in 4th place.
Now there are 4 squads, all with a very good chance to win. Omit, though, going low, are at the mercy of Passion UA. Both teams have to keep high ground. Passion have a little bit more cover, but is that not enough?
No.
Another wingman knock comes in, and Omit surely have the advantage, but can no longer cross the bridge to finish off this squad. Instead, Omit will have to drop down into the Full English and into Infinite, into the meat grinder that exists in this canyon.
The slow rotate of the circle helping them out. The EMP's coming in a huge scan from Lufka right here. Blast on the high ground. The nades are being set in their direction, having to avoid the Bangalore ult. The Arc Stars now as they drop down. Passion UA are out. Full English playing up the low ground. It is Full English versus Infinite right now. And Infinite with their patient play off the canyon. They take the dub at the very end of the day.
Out of the low ground, no less. That was a fantastic move from Infinite to take early, and ultimately, their control against Full English was what won them that game. Infinite play very well through the canyon, prioritizing it early, and unlike Full English, taking as much space as they possibly could there.
And that was the Infinite before this game. I believe they were in 13th with 19 points. I mean, this is how momentum can ramp up, but there's so many other teams in that end circle. Dia, Made in Heaven, Passion UA. They were in the top 5 before this last game, and now they have skyrocketed themselves alongside LVH to be sitting at match point potentially, or very close to it at the very least.
You know, LVH, for as close as they arguably got, made a couple of critical errors that cost them that game, or at least a better chance at winning it. In their fight up against Na'Vi, they staggered their ultimates in a really awkward way, where they didn't have Bang ult up at the same time as Caustic ult, at the same time as Blood ult, and instead threw one ult at a time, making it ultimately really difficult to take the height away from Na'Vi. It can be argued this was a futile endeavor anyway, since Made in Heaven was looking to third party that, and I'm sure Omit was coming in afterwards. But not being able to take a convincing 3v3 for arguably the best position in the zone at that time really cost LVH.
Especially with LVH basically on the stakes. They were lacking a lot of meds. You heard it in the comms. Playing very desperate out here too. But we have to see where they stand alongside the other fraggers out in this lobby playing on the upper half of the overall standing so far, guys. When we come back from this break, we'll have the series results right after this. Welcome back, everyone. All right, 5 games down. Who knows how many we have left to go, because we are moving on to game number 6. Vicky Kitty here alongside with Zephyr. Zephyr, what an ending right there. We're a team on the low ground at a positional
leading. Element 6 with their rough start in 19th is holding them back from what had been a confirmed position all spit long.
It's crazy to think how the adjustment that some of these bottom end teams have made to push themselves to the top and leave the best for last for regional finals is exactly why I love match point format, Zephyr. Let's dive right into the action, guys. Game number 6, our last game potentially on Worlds Edge before we make that transition right back to Storm Point for the following 2 games to determine which of these teams are going to be meeting LVH on match points, or is LVH going to end the chapter right here?
It's tough. Ultimately, they've had their chances, but it comes down to some of the luck and some of the RNG that puts them in the best standing. We'll start off with them, of course, down here at Tree once again. A POI that we haven't discussed a lot about, but definitely holds its issues for a team this close to winning it all.
Talk about the lack of loot sometimes when you come out of this POI, but what I do really like is the consistent beacons that we usually see here, whether it be the survey beacon or the ring console, that replicator that's in the middle. And then you have the Evo Harvester this time around too from the south side of trees. So LVH looking to put themselves up to blue in the middle of this rotate, and it looks like maybe another Southern Circle as we take a look at how they want to approach this. And a fight already happening over by Epi between E6 and Infinite.
Now, this is already a huge success for E6. We talk about the points that they need today just to stay competitive, and even taking this early KP is already more than a third of their score from all day long. This is how tough it has been for the E6 roster.
It's like the E6 knows that you're on the mic right now, Zephyr and Infinite. The winners of the last game trying to actually contest them close to Epi. That is just free pickings for E6 in this point, but Infinite playing this out as a duo for right now. As we do see, it is a Southern zone. LVH with that ring console information, you could absolutely expect them to go for some more of these quick rotates. But after the last listening that we did hear from this squad, it didn't look like they were trying to take these 3v3s with confidence. They were lacking a bit on loot, so maybe this could be different for a Southern zone like this one, where we did end up seeing them win a Stacks final zone. This could be looking like it could be pulling out to the south side of Lava Siphon, more out in the open.
Yeah, potentially there or even further down south where we get into that no man lands area outside of launch site. That can be incredibly hard to navigate, especially if you're a team to arrive early. For Made in Heaven, they don't have to do much this game. Just 1 point separates them from the match point 50 threshold, and it's always a shame. I mean, hey, LVH had to deal with it earlier today. Now we see it here.
The perks of the evac tower into the beautiful skyward dive. Valkyrie compositions are slowly crawling their way up for a lot of these other teams in different regions as we tune into Forge. Currently sitting in 18th, not able to get the points on the board that they so desperately needed here, though. And they have been ramping up ever since the start of Season 20, but today has just been a different day for this squad, looking to see if they can get the save scan on the survey beacon.
It's a tough spot for Forge, especially given the fact that they do need to find themselves well within that top 3 position. So out in 18th, especially deep into our match 6, does not leave but a lot of hope here. And some can be said for Infinite as well, a team that comes into today in 20th looking for that win, but is finding themselves, well, in the dirt.
Actually, as a duo right now, this could just be free for Forge. They were already able to get a knock here. Finish off that one player. I'm wondering if Infinite could get away in time, now leaving them just as a solo. We do know that there was a replicator over by Survey Camp. Not even sure if they can make any magic happen there. There's some more free KP for Forge. We see more of the fighting happening between Lava Siphon to Harvester here. Passion did have that slight high ground before dropping down, and Passion UA still playing off that low ground before 07 pinched him over by Harvester.
We'll see if they survive. For now, the kill feed has left them a bit happier than others here. We'll see that Passion takes that high ground, at least lays complete control, but ultimately no one is down just yet. All squads remaining, even if it's going to take some time to potentially get those recoveries on board. I will say, we did just get to take a look at Made in Heaven, playing kind of a very dangerous building out there, akin to the pole you were discussing at the beginning.
And that was with their quick rotate too, which could absolutely come in clutch depending on the legend comps that we're exposed to. With there being more caustic, that's definitely what you could expect for teams looking to find that free real estate. But when you have that Valkyrie, you could cross that distance without needing a complete overhaul of evac towers. You could have your team running the Moby there too in case you need some extra cover. But playing out in the middle of the open, let's see where Made in Heaven could rotate through that tunnel. See more of these squads take more of these balloons to try to close in the gap. Passion UA, another team that is so close to match point, sitting in 5th place with 45 points, just 5 points away from finding themselves in that format.
You can see how things have continued to tighten up here as these teams are becoming so much more selective about how they and when they survive here, especially going into the tight-knit points that are still left standing. For Passion UA, they'll take a more central position towards that Lava Siphon, which could potentially highlight good movement out towards the bridge in the carts and that height if it comes to it. But this bet from LVH is something I like to see. We have seen zones, and right here out ahead of this platform, it's not a guaranteed win. It definitely comes down to some of those final moments, but can be a fantastic spot to potentially end today.
Especially earlier on, too. You saw that drill coming out as Passion are trying to run for their life. Hockey's gets the first knock here. EMP flying overhead, but this highlights how many teams are already on that north side of the launch site right now. Cybercats with that drill earlier on. Full English on the other side. LVH still playing for their lives inside that building, but Passion are able to restabilize for now, trying to get the scan going to see where they're trying to approach them from the south side. Alliance probably playing on the south side of launch site here.
They'll have good rotation potentially out to No Man's themselves if we continue to see that zone cater that way. But for now, they lay stake and claim dominance over the entirety of launch site here with those sight lines to punish where they can, but ultimately probably not finish off a team anytime soon.
Also denying any opportunity for any of the squads running that Bloodhound to try to scan that survey beacon. But while they do hold that southern building and we get to see where this next circle is pulling, especially for the squads that have that ring information for right now, thinking about Cold leaving out of stacks, but this is pulling directly out in the open in the middle of where Mid in Heaven had called up before. They're trying to claim all that space over by the Volt side, but once this circle it reveals itself to a lot of the teams playing by the edge, it is going to be a bloodbath for the squads that have to exit out of Dome out in that open area where you really only have the rocks to play cover.
Right, you got a little bit of that extra height that comes just on the northern side on the exit of Dome there. And sometimes, yes, that's enough credence to give potential victories like we saw out of Cold on day 2 in their second game, right? But sometimes, like you said, you're out in the open, you're scurrying like mouse between the lava itself and running directly into great sight lines from teams that have been holding launch site all day long.
Approaching from the bridge side here is Forge. We saw out in the distance by Big Mod, 2 Rats, 1 Controller to maybe take a very similar rotation approach. But while Forge do play off this high ground, there's a lot of teams in the area that they're revealing their position to, specifically the teams that still have height over by Lava Siphon, taking their time to rotate. They've opted to try to rotate from the bottom side of this bridge right back towards Big Mod. They do try to approach from that side. There's not as many squads here on the east side of the circle versus where we see so many of these other squads exiting out of the west side of Lava Siphon.
Yeah, really trying to take advantage of potentially the later rotates to either set themselves up evil-wise or the resources there. 2R1C, who has been more aggressive, are more than happy to take their time to the edges of these zones, especially since they sit 13 points away from that 50 mark. They have to get there not just by the placement alone at this point, but guaranteedly by finding some of that KP as well. So a confident current position, even with the lack of information regarding the zone, but enough to potentially get them into a good fight and then work their way in.
A slower game too for 2 Rats, 1 Controller. Just looking at their legend comp just works into their win con too. The longer they take, they can get those lifeline care packages out. They can get the Evo cash as well as a power weapon here. Like we've seen them do so many times before backing up. This little overview. Zanya just trying to play off the lip here while we take a look from the front seat, literally. With these squads actually navigating around that right side of launch site, this is where a lot of the fight is going to be done, depending on where squads like Omit or even Navi by the Dome side are going to be able to take some free shots at these squads that are going to funnel in their line of sight.
For LCDF, they've been on at least the path that they need today. They did just drop down from that top 11th position, which continues to bolster the defense they have against a team like Element 6 in our overall standings, but for the time being are currently far and away from this zone. We actually got a chance to peek at Element 6 just ahead of them, starting to take position out towards that geyser. With this late rotate all the way from Trials, we'll see if they're able to foot their way into an advantageous position. Ultimately, most of it's already been taken.
LCDF come across the squad right in front of them here, though, before they try to take this fight. It's going to be Forge who have been taking this spot by the high ground close to the bridge this whole time, engaging in this fight with 19 squads left. LCDF finds some of that resistance here. Hidan playing just a little bit low, backing away in time for scanning. He's going to be able to pop this bat. He needs some suppressed fire, though. They find him. They get the knock. He does get the crack at the same time. He needs to follow from the rest of his team here. They try to go in, but missing some of those crucial flatline shots. Maybe the nail in the coffin for the Seek Their Funds. They are the second team to get eliminated, and look who's been invited to the third party. Perfect timing from Aurora.
straight from the Herald of the North here, out from the Iceland wasteland. They're more than happy to heat things up and find that quick elimination onto the Forge there. Impulse with that last pickup, and across you do see the presence of what was some damage from 2R1C. Micey with that bow check, laying out at least one member there. Still though, it's a highlight position for them, and I'll tell you right now, if you're an E6 fan, be incredibly happy. LCDF down in 19th is huge.
They need it, especially where they are at right now with their total points. E6 actually playing in that northern building closer to Geyser. We saw that Made in Heaven had also made their quick rotate over to the tunnel side, while LVH are not moving from this position. What I do fear here is that because LVH made this quick rotate and immediately bunkered down into this building, they are lacking information with any ring console to see where this circle will be finalized and pulled towards that south side where Cybercats had called it perfectly.
But this is something we saw from Cybercats back on Stormpoint. If you'll remember, coming out of the south side of Pylon, they made great claims to a position that would be very dominant into top 3, but were ultimately pressured out and away by Aurora as the match went on. Even as a duo here, that highlight position, that god spot can come into contention, and the question is, can they defend it?
An earlier spot like that with little to no cover, it's going to be incredibly difficult. LVH seeing a squad take to the sky here. They scan right behind them to make sure their backs could be cleared. It's going to be full English that are playing inside that bunker north of launch site, and with the circle closing in, they actually may meet up with LVH very soon on the edge of that next circle unless they try to fully commit to the direction of Cybercats and where they have already positioned themselves. Oh, there's two teams flying in. Actually, two teams flying in right now, Zephyr, with between 07 now coming in as well.
I mean, that's safe enough as is. Ultimately, they'll find a little bit of cover there. Liffin just barely missing out on the damage that would send 07 out here. That could have been a really nice, at least confidence boost for this roster, knowing that they don't have a problem to deal with now with the zip lines and that climb up of the hill. 07 will potentially be a thorn in their side, especially now that we've got an evac coming out of nowhere.
Oh, they're taking this fight. They can't just take that right in front of LVH and expect to get away with it here, playing for that platform while Aurora is seeing the action go down. You can hear the pings, but an L-Star, the meatball slinger, coming in from left field. LVH now, they lose out on life, but Wise with the fry, coming in with the flyline, the 30-30 next. 07, even with the Evil Shield advantage, get eliminated. This really highlights why the Caustic is so good, but this was the opportunity that Aurora saw from a distance to try to take this fight.
Living his back up, gold knockdown keeps them healthy here, but this is the beast themselves, the Aurora to accomplish and beat here. If you were to find your way to a win, they've gotten a minor reset and some damage down, but they need to pressure them back. Aurora inevitably is now back on the low ground. They weren't able to capitalize quick enough.
Crazy now having to play off here at a slight disadvantage. No other team now could try to take this fourth party. No one wants to give up their position because look at where these other squads are set up. Go next, having Aurora in their line of sight. They're also getting shot at by Alliance on the other side who are playing their lives by the edge of where this next circle is playing. And coming in from launch site is Full English, still trying to take this fight versus Passion. Full English only leaving noises up. He gets the gold knock right before that final pick comes in onto Bryn. But without you being able to move around to the other side, Passion had the advantage and they clear out that squad.
It's a perfect setup, and now for LVH with all of the chaos ahead here, they finally make their way in. Liffin stuck out, huge damage down, a battery necessary here as the ticks come through. That's one out, and the push alongside it.
LVH, they get eliminated. We go next, literally coming in as Passion see Cold and Made in Heaven flying overhead. This is the chaotic final circle that we were expecting, Zephyr, and now Cold with still full blue Evos, forced to pop the Beast of a Hunt here, played for their lives by the Rock.
This is something that we've seen Cold work with before in terms of making wins happen, dreams come true for Na'Vi. The same can't be said. A rough day for this roster, and ultimately now down to just Matafe. Has to bridge the gap here with little to no cover at this point.
Building his own cover with those barrels at the very least. If he could use this white knockdown to actually try to go up to health with only shield cells. Blue v blue, and there's still a squad to his right that's trying to get him in his line of sight. Bambino is literally one. Go next in a lot of trouble here. Aurora coming in without even seeing anything. The flatline is all they need. Hardeki coming in. Go next, get eliminated, and Na'Vi meet them back in the lobby.
And that right there, that's the points Aurora needed to push themselves above 50 here. We're sending 3 ahead to match point, and now Omit with this wipe alongside them and pushing into the top 6. I believe we're going to be sending 4 teams onto the match point as we approach match 7.
With 6 squads left, Omit at match point, 51 points, and Zephyr, they've cleared this side of the circle 4 right now, playing a lot big of a split position, covering a lot of space. Aurora is going to be approaching from the north side of the circle, while Alliance has a sole straggler still are alive in this lobby. Made in Heaven on the other side of Omit now are going to be able to try to take that last member. Effect finally go down, and Aurora now are trying to take this 3v3 fight versus Passion.
It's not much of a 3v3 at this point here, and Oirine, even though he falls, has found the cracks necessary for the remnants of this roster to pick things off. They've got the cover and space to boot, but for Made in Heaven, this is the advantage they look for here. A minor revive is stuck out, but the smoke, it's too hard for Tax to see through. Arctic sends it forward.
And the last 3 squads are fighting here. Made in Heaven get eliminated. It is Aurora versus Omit, and they had way more distance to cross before they could try to third party this. 9 Impulse, though, literally won. They get the first knock. Omit have the body advantage, or so I thought, with Blast getting sent down. It is a 2v2 here, and Omit are at the Evil Shield disadvantage versus Aurora.
They continue to wrap as Aurora gets reset after reset, but Lufka with the wingman from above finds the damage necessary, beams through the knockdown, and sets them up for their win in match 6.
And that is how you write some momentum, Zephyr. Omit with the fight, and it was a 2v2 at the very end. They still had blues to work with here, but the wingman in Lufka's hands come in clutch, and Omit win game 6.
It feels like deja vu. I wish Tiffany was here to celebrate and pick her MVP of the day, the wingman, in its moments there. It really makes the difference for why Omit come out on top. And for Aurora, even after what was the quickest reset and the longest gap to close, they made that so much closer than anyone expected.
I'm going to take a seat back now, invite Rain Day to come in, Zephyr, because that was a lot to break down, but even more so to wonder how many teams could be finding themselves at match point currently right now. And as we do get ready here for Rain Day, okay. All right, guys, take it away.
Wow, I guess we just kicked you out of there, Vicky. I mean, you know, I think you need a break after all of that. We're bringing, you know, Zeph, Dia, and Rain here. And, of course, we're going to break down the last couple of games that we just saw. But Zephyr coming off of it, I mean, the question is match point. We've seen it get closer and closer and closer. What's going to be the number? You're a math guy. How many teams do you think we got?
Well, I'm guarantee you we're sitting at 4 at least going into this one. And if you're someone like LVH, you are beating yourself up, especially after 2 excellent chances to find your way to that win. It goes back to what one of our fellow friends was saying earlier on the broadcast. Just like any other team, just like the optics out there, it's never quite enough.
Dia, what's your take on this? Because, you know, I've seen these tournaments start to, you know, they start with a bang. We see LVH. They get to this match point. They have an opportunity. Doesn't quite go their way. We see Made in Heaven. They have an opportunity, almost get there. And then we start to see it again and again and say, have they missed their chance?
I don't think that they've entirely missed it. It's really hard to judge whether they'll have like a really good zone for next game or what have you. I do think, though, that hitting match point first is in a way a curse, because as much as it opens the door for you, you also get a lot of focus given to you by other teams. And for a lot of squads that end up there, even historically, you think back on Furia and Optic that you had just mentioned, they're squads that people didn't expect to be there, that nobody anticipates will run all the way up to first. Even Furia, for example, coming into their own tournament in Champs 2022. We're not expected to be at the top of the leaderboard. They surprised everyone at that LAN. And so a lot of times teams, even now like LVH, have a surprise factor behind them. And all of a sudden you're in first place. And it's not just the pressure from other teams. It's the pressure from inside that team itself as to whether they can close it out.
It's a great point, and at LAN, it's different because I think Fury in that run in second place got about $300,000 or something like that for doing that second place finish. Regional finals, money's not quite the same, but it unlocks, if you can win, that chance to do it at LAN. And of course, speaking of LAN, someone who's excited, we've announced the location. We hope that he's going to be able to join us as well. Let's bring back Jayhawk on the desk. And Jay, what's your take? We see 3 games go by. We talked to you after 3. What have you seen since we last saw you?
I mean, ironically, the thing that we literally talked about prior to, these 3 games was I worry that they didn't, specifically LVH, sorry. LVH did not have that 50-point threshold, and there's a zone near them. They land at Mill, and there's a zone just next door. But because they don't have the 50 points, they're playing a little differently. They go for the 1 point, they get it. But if they already had the 50 points, that could have been a zone that LVH potentially closes it out. And now all of a sudden, 3 games later, Aurora takes that win, Passion takes one. We see some other teams get in the mix. And as you guys were talking about, you got to wonder, is it slipping away from LVH? Is reaching match point first a problem?
I think that's certainly something that we can consider because, as we already talked about, there's a lot of pressure from the team themselves as well as those squads around them that really would like to play yet another round and get their own chance to qualify. We are actually thinking about teams that might miss out on qualification, and it's really interesting to watch while LVH threaten their win, what this means for teams like E6 and LCDF. I mean, from what you've seen out of those teams, are they playing the same way that you'd expect a playoffs team to be performing right now?
For both of them, I would say no. These are 2 teams that historically have, especially throughout this split, have been very aggressive teams, putting up high kill numbers. E6 are struggling in the kill department. I don't know the total number of kills they have, but I think the first handful of games, they didn't get a single one. And LCDF, they're all, I mean, they have, I think, in the teens somewhere, but still, this is a team that typically at this point, we're thinking 20s, even 30s in the kill numbers. And so both teams, it feels a little off. And I think the weight of the contest over at Sky West and not actually really being able to finalize it because neither of them want to die, I think it's impacting their games.
Well, it's an impact that has paid dividends for some of the other rosters out there, especially as it has lessened the force of the best of the best. Let's take a look at some of those final zones and see how some have come out on top, whether familiar or not. And this one, of course, well, it's a cult EMEA classic. Aurora leading the pack once again. Jayhawk, lead me through it.
No surprise here. Aurora with a zone very close to their POI. They're going to play the height. They take the God Rock early, and then they're just going to pressure all the teams around them, get some kills, pick up some KP, and then once they get to the end game, they do what they do best. They wait for the other 2 teams to engage, and then they full send it into the fight. They get the win, and it's a big one too because they got 10 KP to go along with it. It put them on the verge of hitting that match point format, and that's the thing that we talked about. When you start allowing a team like Aurora to get into that range, LVH that is, then things get a little worrisome because we've seen how Aurora is able to close out games so consistently this split.
Well, Aurora's one of them, but there's plenty of others who've had their stories almost come alive. In this Game 5, all these teams were so close to breaching match point.
Yeah, Made in Heaven, they were the one that we were really looking at because they were so close. Same with Aurora. Neither were actually able to do it. Made in Heaven coming 1 point short. But shout out to Infinite, the Full English, Omit, and Passion, as well as Passion UA. All 5 teams picked up big points to launch them up the leaderboard. A handful of those actually getting into that top 5, where just like Aurora and Made in Heaven, they could also be breaching match point in the very next game. Meanwhile, Passion, they specifically get the win. They just played the low ground super well. We talked about it earlier, that Dark Zero Split 1 playoffs, or sorry, Infinite, not Passion, Infinite getting the win. That Dark Zero Split 2 playoffs win, just playing the low ground and being inconspicuous, They did it well.
And then, of course, the biggest names, they're going to rear their ugly head here. Aurora, they get this soft retake, but how do they make it so easy to almost threaten after a reset like this?
I mean, that's what Aurora does. They make the impossible possible when it comes to resets, when it comes to taking fights that shouldn't be taken. The lifeline with the wingman on Hardeki. Aurora is the one team that, especially in EMEA, when they're at a deficit, it really never is. They can always overcome whatever problems face them. and they did that in this game.
Ultimately, at the end, though, Lufka comes out on top to find the beams that count here and send Omid home, even as close as Aurora made it look.
You know, it seems to be a very interesting story that we keep telling. Aurora, they have the potential to do it. Even if they start slow, they end up in front after a while. It's got to be a bit demoralizing for some of these teams on top, but of course, you got to expect it. These teams are going to come to play. They've got the talent. It's just a matter of getting into rhythm. 2 games on our World's Edge map. We're going to go back to Storm Point in just a second, but omit Aurora, Made in Heaven, and Passion do the deed there. Our bottom 10, of course, trying to continue to sludge their way up the leaderboards. Sometimes it's a slow climb. Element 6 is a team we talked a lot about. Don't want to hit too many 12s or even give themselves a chance, but they're staying ahead of the teams like La Cite de France, like Cybercats, who might be trying to make moves. Jayhawk, after it's all said and done, and we take a look at the overall standings coming up here in just a second, I want to get your thoughts on our match point teams. We've got 5 now. Omit, Aurora, Made in Heaven, and Passion all joining our first match point team, LVH now.
Yeah, and we're going to Storm Point, and if we know anything about match point format, historically, this is where games are going to start coming down to the end, where some of these teams, now that we have 5 on match point, we're at risk of the lobby ending any moment now, especially with some of these teams like Aurora or LVH who have been balling out today and winning games and getting consistently to the end game. Same with Made in Heaven. I think they have 3 or 4 games where they've made it into that top 5. So things are getting dicey for sure. If you're one of the teams on the outside looking in down below these 5, you're just trying to get as many points as you possibly can in hopes of making it into that top 8.
Well, exciting stuff ahead. We may see again if this keeps on going, but it'd have to be a lot more games. We probably have some more teams on match point. So if it is goodbye, thank you for all that you've done. We'll see you later in the afternoon. But for those in the EMEA broadcast, big thank you to Jayhawk.
Absolutely. Appreciate you guys once again.
All right, Jayhawk, everybody, again, streaming watch parties, great YouTube channel, and loves to join us. We love having him on the ALGS. But really, Dia, Zeph, it's now 5 teams. And in a way, you got to be a little, I'm going to say it, hopeful as LVH, because I think the pressure's off and it's a little bit more even versus everyone just playing a normal in-game versus we can't let them get it. We can't let them get it. In some ways, that eases it off. But for those who are just chilling, relaxing, you don't have to worry about the pressure the teams are feeling. We're also going to reward that action of just watching because it is time to let you know that you're earning Twitch drops. That's right. For our broadcast, you're earning Twitch drops. And like anybody who has the drops on in their title or anyone who's streaming Apex, you have a chance to get an exclusive holo spray as you are watching. Those will change, and they, I think, will be in pair alongside the free legends that are unlocked. So if I'm not mistaken, I think it should be Rampart here. I definitely know Rampart is the free legend to be unlocked because I've never seen more Rampart walls in my life in Apex Legends over the last 2 days. But I will think that the holo spray goes along with it. So enjoy watching. And I think we're almost getting ready. But Dia, any thoughts before we jump in fully to that as you and Zephyr take it away? Does this make it easier for LVH to have a chance at that Cinderella story now that maybe the pressure is spread across 5 teams?
You know, I think it certainly could be. I don't know about you, Zephyr. This feels like the last game to me. I know we've come really far, but with the amount of teams and the kinds of teams that are on match point, I don't see this going for too much longer.
I think ultimately we're potentially 1 or 2 games away here. We still haven't gotten the 2R1C win yet, ultimately. But for so many other rosters out there, omit Passion, it's their potential chance of victory as well. It's not just the LVH story anymore.
Well, guys, let's find out. Let's get in the game. Players are ready. It could be the last one, or you can see us back here again. Either way, let's get into the action on Storm Point, Game 7. Zeph, Dia, take it away.
All right, Zephyr. Now that we are going back to Storm Point once again, we got to remember who it was that took the games last time. We'll all remember Aurora and LVH, both of whom are now on match point. Won our first 2 games during games 3 and 4. So now that we're making our return, I can't help but wonder whether one of them will come back again. I think you described Aurora's heads as rearing and ugly. Perhaps they'll get the chance once more.
I promise they're definitely very pretty in many other regards, but at least for the time being, they're a scary force and one that could strike fears into the hearts of any. And that's a really big question because we have some teams that are on match point right now that are already well within our top 8, and then we have some that aren't. Ultimately, the difference there is whether or not we get that 7th or 8th person out of the way.
Well, the time is now as we get into match number 7. Omit, Aurora, Made in Heaven, LVH, and Passion all have the opportunity to not just finish the day, but win the whole thing here at regional finals. For some, securing their spot in LAN. In fact, for many, making sure that they'll go for some LVH being the only path that they can get there.
For Aurora, they're more than secure. Their job is done, right? This is a team that already knows that they'll be at Los Angeles with the rest of the best when it comes into the playoffs here. At the end of the day, this is all about settling first here in regional finals.
Something they should be able to do. It'll be a quick clear for them as Aurora, again, landing over by the edge of the map, do so on World's Edge, over at Climatizer, here over at Cenote. Very different approaches to the map, and Cenote is actually a tough place to play. For as powerful as it can be, there aren't a lot of rotations that are nearly as strong as the other end of the map when you're coming from the north. So Aurora really do have to measure where and when, what fights they're taking. Unlike Cold and ANC Outplayed, who land next to each other and just go for it.
At this point, one of these teams needs to find their way to a win, but this kind of difficulty to start off your storm point is never the spot you want to be in leading into match point here. Notably, last time around, we did see the effective win for Cold. We'll see if, with some of those resets, they might find their way up. Great space is being taken by ANC, though.
Always the potential, and I dare say certainty, for LVH to come in and third party this as well, especially with the amount of time that it can take. But at least for now, holding the ridge line is good for Cold. I think both teams are playing this pretty darn well with the amount of bank smokes that have been thrown out. Nobody's over swinging, and ANC Outplayed just now trying to get a little bit aggressive, making the very first mistake of the engagement and losing a big advantage.
Huge flesh on the other side as Urban will go down here, but a great counter peek on the side from J&W evens this one up. Flesh found makes it a simple move for Cold to come in and clean this one up.
And at the professional level, one misstep is all it requires. Going over the edge, swinging into the line of sight of 3 different people. It's pretty devastating. Let's take a look at the map, however, and think about how this will impact Cold, LVH, and the rest of the teams rotating in. This zone pulling over towards North Pad has a lot of places that you can play. LCDF, of course, can stick themselves up over in North Pad by one of the fingers, but as to where LVH and Cold will end up, that'll be largely determined by who comes out on top of the engagement.
Ultimately, with little loot, though, here for Cold, I don't see them getting too much more aggressive in this situation. They never even got the chance to really make their claim to down B. So for LVH, who are making quick and currently some extra shots upon a Trident out in the far lane, they're happy to get themselves up and maybe even follow up on this damage.
The slide down the hill is so aggressive, too. Knowing that you can be peeked from that whole team inside the bunker. Quick rotation right past really does solidify, though, what LVH are playing for, because as attractive as the kills look, an end game spot looks that much better. And LVH, it seems they have secured it despite the low health. It would be criminal for anyone to push them now, given the position that they've secured.
A Trident stolen. Shout out to Jumba there. I'll tell you what, maybe it'll be the difference between them walking away with a regional finals victory or potentially something else here. For Na'Vi against 2R1C, once again, Na'Vi has not been able to get the runner's start here straight off of the blocks. And to be honest, most of everybody has already made a lap around the track at this point.
Very true. And with Navi having lost one,
Oh.
well, we'll see whether they end up picking him up. But Matafe is down as well. No support legend, no crypto. It would be weird if Navi were running crypto now. They are going to, well, be playing this out as a solo. Not a whole lot of opportunity to recover, especially this far away from the zone. 2R1C have been crawling around the edges of the map since probably the season 20 changes, perhaps a week after where they adopted this playstyle. They made it work to the level that they're taking out one of the more dominant teams in EMEA from the split.
Now, notably, they haven't gotten themselves set up just yet, but for teams like Passion UA, they're finally in here. One of the few rosters that is still out on the cusp of potential success. But for LVH, who knows they have to defend positions like this, it is a supreme advantage from above.
It's crazy that they've managed to climb up and take this spot away. LVH now essentially control 2 floors, pick up a full squad wipe, and Passion UA are gone. LVH are in an even better spot, but there's a third party incoming.
Barely is saved there as we see Passion move on in, but they take just as much damage again from LVH above. The caustic gas finally doing 0-0, and it's finally the recovery they need. But for Liffin, he's made his way down below to send potentially, yes, another match point team now home.
Really unfortunate for Passion, but LVH could be next on the chopping block. It's 2 down now as Omit come in to mark their territory for this game and on the leaderboards. If Omit win this game, if they can take this away from LVH, they will be your victors of the regional finals. LVH know that as well as anyone, and back away for now, bannerless, but somehow still alive.
It is such a shame there, especially after the work that was done by LVH to secure this position. 2 whole rosters eliminated, and yet now down to just Liffin here. It would be a sour note to the end of their story this split.
Things seem to be going pretty well for all the teams that have moved in here, though. Let's actually talk about the zone because we didn't get the big chance to earlier. LVH made an early rotation over to North Pad, but this zone does have a few options. Well, it does look like we're going pretty hard North Pad. There are some power positions that are pretty notably left open. 07 have got one here. Of course, anybody who's up on high ground in North Pad is looking good, but this entire approach, Zephyr, which is left completely empty, has a lot of potential for a team to come in and take a second, perhaps even first place with the right play.
Coming off of that peninsula directly there within your box can be a great rotation playing off of some of the external chaos. And you can see a team like Question Mark Alliance on their way in to potentially find themselves that rotation. We've seen it happen before, Dia. Teams get in that peninsula, they use the Caltrops to make the rotation back towards, say, where 07 is set up and take away that spot late.
Lots of teams that can still move in to challenge for a good endgame position later. LVH are going to be playing out of a meager one with only Liffin left to defend Red Room. This one's tough because as unlikely as it is that anybody goes over there, as soon as you get 3 squad members landing in Red Room, there's no chance that Liffin ends up surviving it.
Something I do worry about, though, not just for someone like Liffin, is Omit. Right? This is a building that, while it does have its advantages of putting you well into the late game of this kind of zone here, doesn't usually have the best external rotation out.
Gotta say goodbye to Navi. We knew that they were playing things out as a solo. Cats found that out as well, and the Cybercats claim yet another victim. Aurora's late arrival into the zone will surprise none, but I am curious how they'll navigate moving up towards North Pad when it is so important that they're able to secure a spot. Even now, seems like a pretty late rotate, Zephyr, and I do wonder whether Aurora will be able to access North Pad or whether they, like so many other late arrivals, will have to play from the outside.
This is something that I think already, right off the bat, that the trench line is a place they'll have to call their home this game here. And it has a lot of available space. They might run into teams like Alliance or Team Portugal here in a moment, but it is surprisingly more flexible than most teams give credit to.
Unfortunately for LVH, Or another team eliminated, another match point team eliminated, which leaves us with very few left that can actually take the win. I do feel a little silly, a little scared, Zephyr. I called this as being our last game, but the match point teams, they're dropping like flies.
Hey, it's 3 still on the board here. Aurora down to the south, Made in Heaven, who have yet to make their appearance, and Omit directly in the heart of our building. But that is only 20% of the 80% of the potential teams that are currently well standing in this lobby.
A couple other squads like Alliance sure would like to hit match point themselves, sitting on 40 points right now. They and Passion UA just above at 47 could really benefit from us going one more game, the chance to take the win in regional finals and put yourself at the top of the overall leaderboards for the split as well. Even if you are close to it, go next. Send it on to Red Room. We knew this was going to happen earlier. At that point, we had a different team here. It was just one last member of LVH. Now we wipe yet another as LCDF, with blood on their hands, jump in and take the Red Room.
I believe that Forge there on the low ground off of their defense. Make a good claim to the area, send themselves into good recovery as well. I'm surprised that we don't see the follow through with any other additional damage to potentially send Forge out. We both know that Red Room can be super good, even if it is the left one, just for staying alive in some of these end game positions. For Aurora, though, I wouldn't even say the word position at all. This is a team that is more than happy to take their time towards Edge and even continue to look towards some of these external teams.
Around the outside, 2R1C. Prepare to take the fight up against E6, an E6 that has been struggling today, Zephyr. Defensive ult from the Bangalore means that E6 desperately do not want to take an engagement on 2R1C's terms. 2R1C play the rocks. E6 look for the engage themselves, but are going to be unable to actually find and catch 2R1C even with Horizon. Leaves Element 6 out in the open at the mercy of not just 2R1C, but other teams that could be rotating by. This is a very risky play.
Ultimately, for those out there, I have to remind you, Element 6 needs to have just one good game to push back against the pressure that has survived against them versus LCDF. LCDF, they've got a zone. For E6, they're in the midst of a wide swing, a wide fight, cracked slab as well. A knock has been found here. That will be inevitably, yes, picked up but not achieved by K-Swinny there. This at least relieves a lot of that pressure.
Did you see Alliance? Alliance get that knock? Alliance aren't even anywhere near this engagement. Alliance are 500 meters away with a G7 picking up kills, helping out E6, who survived the crypto EMP and the re-engage from 2R1C to continue moving into zone. Hackis.
Hostile over there.
Swinny better send him a nice thank you card. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, it's a start, but at the end of the day, it's still in E6's hands here. 2R1C finally on that rotation to inevitably be pinched here with Aurora on the other side. Mycee takes to the trench and immediately finds the damage to boot here. Aurora more than happy to line up their sights, but they've got more than enough problems ahead of them still.
Not looking good for Aurora. A few rocks that they can play up on high ground, but this rotation is really tough, especially with a squad coming in behind them. E6, jump on in. First knock does belong to Hardeki, but with Oi Rain already down, can they get their teammate back in time? A quick melee will do it. Lifeline tap is going to get Oi Rain back, and it leaves Aurora to defend. Arcstar flies wide. Impulse is low. Impulse is down, and the Cybercats are coming to take out yet another one of our match point eligible teams.
Hardeki sustaining a battery, hopefully to be stuck here, but he loses out an Oi Rain. In the meanwhile, trying to close the distance, immediately meets the fate of an instantaneous energy beam there. The Volt does it, and it takes us just to 2 remaining match point rosters.
Not a whole lot left. Made in Heaven and Omit both sat in North Pattis. Cybercats slide their way into the trenches.
They're not just sliding, they're phasing, they're cloning, they're making themselves appear and disappear among our talent. Alonzi, a mirage in the end of days here. Something of a well, stunt or two to be had, finds their way into the trench line, and now potentially will be barring Portugal and Alliance here now.
Kashara walks in. Do my eyes deceive me? What is this? Seeing a Mirage in one of the final games of the day after we have gone so long. It's got to be not just confusing. It has got to be one of the craziest things that you could imagine. Let's actually take a look at one of the teams that's in the craziest positions. Omit right between everyone in an okay spot, but can they survive and can they win on match point?
He's fitting me from height.
Give me knock, give me knock. You can rest him soon. On my smoke. Smoke in 8, smoke in 8.
Come back a little, come back a little, come back a little, come back a little. Okay.
Smoke in 2, smoke in 3.
No.
Got it. I'm gonna smoke us soon. Resing him, come back. Resing him. Someone took the spot. Can you go below this team? Come. Behind. Wrap around. Okay, trying to bloody block for you. Wrap around. Come.
I'm dead.
Okay, can you climb up at least? No. It's fine. Here it comes. Smoke in 8, okay? We're gonna res him with smoke. Dropped. Try to kill him, force him away.
On me, finishing me, I'm getting fit. There's a caustic. I'm dead.
I'm batting again. Can you go around, Lutka? Go around.
Yeah.
Go.
There's split him here.
Okay. Can you kill him? Kill them.
I'm scanning. You can wipe them. Wait.
Yeah, wait.
I'm coming. On the right as well.
Okay,
In my ass. There's solo on your left as well. Kill the solo.
Oh man, just barely go out, but the journey was difficult. Look who's laughing now, though. It's our last match point eligible team, Made in Heaven, who survived, who bullied from up on height, and now have made the top 6. But look at the impossible rotation they've got to make, Zephyr. Full English go down, but Made in Heaven have yet another challenger.
Guys, we still have an evac!
Okay, we do that. I have 10 fucking energy, bro. No, I have 0. Any energy?
Pop it. Yes!
Yeah. I got it.
Yeah, pop it. Take it insta.
Yeah, he's following you. Go.
I'm just gonna fly high. Probably like gonna land like fucking back.
No?
Right here, maybe. Back to the boxes, maybe?
Okay.
Back to the boxes. Land on height, then fight this guy. Land on height. Right side, watch out.
I'm done.
Fight this guy.
Look, correct. Coming.
110. Dead.
Stay alive, boys.
I'm playing.
Guy on me! Dead!
Top left.
Break the fences, please.
100, on me.
No, full team.
Crack.
No, he's low. Stay alive, Arctic! No.
We're going to another game, Zephyr, as Made in Heaven go down. It's 07 who run the map from the edge, the very tip of the finger in North Pad. And a Hammer Point P2020 to finish it off. I cannot imagine what could possibly be more 07, more nasty than this, clinching it in Game 7 to send us to another round.
07 had set themselves up there as early as we remember looking at that zone, and in the end, it was just too hard to claim a position on top of here. That kind of finger is something that we have seen win time out, time in, but the fact that 07 were able to actually successfully defend against the 4 squads that tried to push into that system is a task within itself.
Real testament to them, and defending that finger, once you're in early game, tough. Once you're in mid game, tough. Once you're in late game, it's over. Nobody can touch you. It's like, especially, we talked about this earlier, Zephyr, but without Catalyst, you just can't walk up in a situation like this. And seeing 07 take control, take us to another game, it's going to be good for their morale. And honestly, it makes me really happy because it means we get to see more match point action.
ultimately, at the end of the day, too, we got to check out teams like Omit and Made in Heaven, who were this close to potentially ending our day here. And notably, they were sent directly into the blender. Like you said, there is no way, especially when we talk about game, or at least zones 5 and 6, that you can survive within that position. So many angles, so many pressures, and for both of them, the inability to survive any longer.
I do wonder if Cybercats keep running the Mirage. I mean, I know that they went with it as a, hey, this might be the last game, but also like it kind of worked. So maybe they keep doing it. It was pretty fun.
I don't know if fun is the direction. If you're a team that's playing on fun at this point, this late into the regional finals, we've got different topics to discuss there. But hey, I'm always happy to see the meta shift around as the day goes on. But ultimately for Cybercats, it's once again, while they are particular close, it's going to need to be a lot more points for them to push past where they're currently at.
The meta is shifting, the leaderboards are shifting, Apex Legends itself is changing. We've got more games of the regional finals coming up right after this.
Welcome back, everyone. Coming out of the trenches is not just me coming back in, but 07 with the dub. Vicky Katie here alongside Dia. And Dia, you took us through all the action with Zephyr for that last game. But Made in Heaven, they lived for way longer than I was expecting after they took to the skies. I was wondering where they were going to go, because that is always so risky to do at the very end of the game.
Yeah, we were talking about this a little bit backstage, but just the opportunities that you have to win a game from the position that Made in Heaven were in are so few that they honestly had a better chance of actually finding a win had they just straight up landed on 07. Because otherwise, there's no way that you access the end of that. And I know it sounds crazy, because it is crazy, but 07 do remarkably well with very few challengers. Not a lot of kills, but they didn't need them.
Oh man, you could even see, I mean, all the kills were being taken up by Forge in that game. 13 KP, second place. Alliance with 5 KP. Alliance being a team that was on the cusp of being at match point themselves to join the other 5 teams that we had before that last game out here. Omit, a team that I was sitting on the edge of my seat for, finishing off in 7th place with 3 KP. Taking a look at the second page here, though, E6 have not found their stride yet. They just need one amazing game to keep themselves in the competition. Aurora falling in 11th with 4 KP, and even LVH, they're getting the KP. They're trying to find their more comfort zone that they found when they took 2 games, but they have completely shifted away from that playstyle and are trying to play for that win, and it just really hasn't been working out for them.
And that was a really punishing zone for a lot of teams, LVH and Omit especially, because it was so heavily North Pad favored. As soon as teams got wind of the fact that it was North Pad or bust, you had a lot of teams full sending the positions that LVH was holding and full sending the positions that Omit was holding. Ultimately, Omit landing under Made in Heaven as well was really tough, but that's a very, very punishing zone. And the benefit of this being Apex Legends, Vicky, is that we do not see the same zone very often. Echo HQ, I respect you. So we're likely to move on to a different situation that favors perhaps a different style of play.
It does. Echo HQ, I do not like you. Way too many times it cursed me when I'm on the broadcast. But you know who isn't cursed right now? One of our more consistent squads, Alliance, who meet the other 5 teams sitting at match point. That KP was absolutely enough to set them up with 52 total points now. Look at Made in Heaven, though. I just want to call out that match point is 50 points. Made in Heaven is at 73 points after the performance in that previous game now. There's 6 teams sitting at match point, and we are moving on to game number 8.
It's hard to believe, but with Alliance now having taken that, I say again, Vicky, surely this is the last game. So many of our squads have already demonstrated that they can win games, whether it be in match point today or in the Pro League days previous. But being able to close things like this out is a must when you're thinking about playoffs in just a few weeks. So as we drop in for our 8th game of the day, this will even things up. A 50-50 of both maps. Who can actually close it out? Are there any teams in EMEA that mark themselves as good enough to win not just regional finals, but an international title?
The changes that Season 20 has brought, it's brought also the best and the worst out of a lot of these teams and how quick they are to adapt. But something that doesn't need to be adapted around because we know it's going to happen. It's the same 50-50 that we keep seeing, regardless if it's Worlds Edge or Storm Point for Cold and OP. Already taking onto the low ground here, we saw who came out on top in that previous game. Graceful gets the first scan here too. And before getting into position, they try to slide in with the Havoc. No secondary weapon here for Urban before navigating away.
L-Star's going to be pretty good off the drop. That Horizon, of course, extremely powerful in a contest. Should be of good use, but ANC Outplayed are super cautious in positions like this. We saw one misstep from Andy Jax change everything, and I'm sure Andy Jax is going to be pretty careful not to make a similar move.
Sitting at 16th, we're already on the 8th game right now. So many other teams making their way to match point, and Cold are trying to farm, but they get the first knock onto Urban. JMW is going to meet him on the floor here, only leaving Graceful to try to clean up what is left. See the double knockdown shield right in front of him before he has to go over to the left side of the building, trying to see if he can take advantage of maybe the caustic barrels that are also still inside.
Scan.
Doesn't want to go for the scan just yet. Tries to find where they are, but they got the scan on him. They know exactly where he's at and trying to bait out with the res.
Good move from Graceful to wait, not answer the scan immediately so that it's not a 50-50 information, and instead gets an advantage in information. ANC Outplayed, unfortunately though, have taken the time to pick everyone back up, and as low as the health bars are, this one's looking like it's going to ANC. Andy Jax finishes things off. Cold go down. And once again, we find ourselves with Downed Beast being the place of a lot of action early game. But what on earth are they going to do with it?
I gotta give the Graceful stocks some emphasis here, because look how much it took for Outplayed to swing on Graceful when he left. 2 of them literally won. It had to take the player with the most health to try to go for the full swing, and he was still playing very apprehensively. Good effort right there from Graceful now, but OP, they take all of Down Beast now, and Passion immediately with their rotate, calling out the building here over to the side of Cedo, seeing that they already have that information thanks to the Caustic Ring console scan.
Since they've been able to rotate in early, they will have an advantage over teams like 07 and Full English that are stuck in checkpoint right now. Not a lot of ways for 07 especially to move out of here. Let's take a look at the ring, however, and see how things are looking for teams rotating into zone. 07 in full English do have the opportunity, as there is an outside chance that zones pull over towards here. It is far more likely, however, that we're going into Cedo, where again, positions like the one that Passion hold, playing height in Cedo, and even the gravity cannon over here can be extraordinarily powerful. We will be looking again for teams that come in from this side of the ring, as this is where arguably you can find the most powerful and least contested positions on Stormpoint.
And if this is a very similar circle to the one that we saw for game number 4, this was a circle that Aurora was able to win, exiting out of their rotate from Cenote Cave over to the side of Mill, where they completely claimed that side of that final circle, where they met the least amount of resistance when they cleared it.
It does appear that Aurora can take that route once more. LVH, however, are the ones that'll be playing under tarps. This was a position previously held by 07 the last time we saw a zone that even resembled this. And with Forge right next door, we've got some pretty heavy-hitting zone-oriented teams that have already stuck out their positions in Bean.
I do want to call out the quick adaptation here too from LVH, because the last time we saw them try to play a very similar circle, they took their time rotating from Mill, and this time around they had the survey beacon and the ring console that was left over by Mill for their POI, so they have double the information to see where everybody is, but as well as the fact that it leads into their evil shield charge too as a whole.
The very fact that LVH have positioned themselves under tarps is really interesting. This could be predicting a zone pull that brings us a little further towards the Armory, a little further towards Cenote. Team like Omit, who's making their way through checkpoint, likely is going to try playing for the ridgeline that you and I mentioned earlier, Vicky. But Aurora, you have to imagine, are doing exactly the same thing. This feels like a final boss style engagement where the win for this game is going to go to the team that can take down Aurora.
Actual final bosses of this entire lobby, where they have literally led the way every single match game that they've been able to perform against these same teams. They seek their fronts, a squad that all eyes are on, dropping down from the high ground here on Down Beast, for they make their next move here, because once they do start rotating from the south side, I believe there's still OP that they're looking for. They were able to split them up because they were caught lacking on a slower rotate from Down Beast after they were done with their fight versus Cold.
Na'Vi make their move away from 2R1. See these two teams finding each other once again, and once again, it's Na'Vi who are on the worst end of the trade. Knock hasn't come through, but that does not mean the 2R1C aren't going to push it. They've done plenty of damage so far and are more than comfortable taking the knock onto Kinda and continuing the engagement.
Two Reds with controller are so scary right now. Can we talk about the fact that first ring is closing in and they have red and double purple? This highlights the strength to the lifeline in the playstyle that benefits two Rats one controller as they try to chase down this team from afar. There was still somebody trying to take some shots at them from behind, but they do still find Kinda from Na'Vi before the rest of Na'Vi try to run.
Let's talk a little bit about two Rats one control and their composition, because we've had a little bit of time to discuss it today. But Crypto, Bangalore, of course, are going to be really powerful in a 3v3 engagement. I think what we're missing for this team is the neutral game for it as well is extremely powerful, with Bangalore's ability to access assault crates and the fact that Lifeline is frequently dropping, albeit just small bits, but attachments that actually improve your gear. The chances that you are running into a fight not only with an information and a health advantage, but with kitted out weapons because of all the assault crates you've been able to hit on Edge and the attachments you're getting from Lifeline, it starts to just feel entirely too unfair when you think about all of the advantages that 2R1C are walking into 3v3s with.
And it works into their pathing there too, because you get the assault fins that you could use on the rotate to the evil harvesters while also having that lifeline care pack drop. Where other teams like Omit right now still rocking all full blues, which is very common at this point in the lobby and the stage of where we're at. They try to cross the distance here. They know where the circle is going to be pulling, but they also know that there is still that team over by Mill. That's 07 that were taking shots at them. But we also saw that Lucita France had rotated outside of Down Beast after taking a pick out of one of OP's members. So now they're going to try to engage right here for the fight for Mill, so whoever comes out of this POI will have the high ground advantage.
LCDF sitting in zone, taking a little too much damage right now to feel comfortable. Do enough back to take down Amphi. Now can they finish off 07 and claim that advantage that you talked about?
They have the number advantage now, as Nunn is taking some damage off that Nox grenade and the ring damage, but it's fine. He can restabilize just as quickly. But look who is coming at the perfect time. Exiting out of their building from the low ground is Omit. They're trying to find the perfect opportunity to third party, but they don't see any Nox just yet.
There's even a weird outside chance, looking at the zone in the upper left, that Omit can control this fight and have one of the better positions in an end zone. It's very rare that we'll see Rings pull all the way over into Mill from the position that we started in that looked like it was going to be Cenote, but especially with the position that Omit have right now, that chance does exist, and we've got to talk about it because they're on match point.
And not only that, with the progress that they've made today for match point alone, Omit are in second place right now in this lobby, which is beating Leciter France and E6. Zephyr doing all the math in the back right here, but that means that they've reached this top 8 that they so desperately needed after their performance earlier on in this split.
So the one thing that Omit can say is that while they sure would like to win, they just want LVH not to win. Because if LVH do somehow win, that bumps the 8th place spot out of a playoffs. And Omit, as you say, have managed to make their way there right now. It's a fascinating interplay. Omit, of course, would like to win themselves, but they'd at the very least like it to not be LVH.
Hey, you could have even more of an opportunity out here. Even better if you're one of the Omit fans coming in, looking at their stocks climb all the way up. Let's see to France now. Waiting by the edge of where this next circle is pulling right behind them. They know that 07 is still right in front of them. 07 don't want to find themselves pinched here with Omit still looking at them now.
Very little space left to play, but LCDF have survived well so far and still have a caustic to make it work. They don't have to do anything stylish here. LCDF just have to survive. They can think about how to actually win the game later, because other teams are going to decide that for them. Aurora even are helping out LCDF by poking at 07 from a distance.
Actually shaking hands from afar right now. The Seek Defense is going right back inside the building, but I'm also taking a look at Hidan's energy ammo. Only 63 in the reserve right now. More than enough for the Hemlock at the moment, while Omit do not want to overcommit and give up this space, because if they do give up this space, you have to imagine the teams that are going to be rotating from the choke that leads into checkpoint may see that availability there. Passion in the distance that called out this circle. They're playing off the high ground, but don't want to give freedom to full English. They could rotate from behind here too, so Omit still looking for that opening, but not fully committing to give up the same lot that they have claimed here.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good positions left to play, but I think unfortunately for a lot of teams, early predictions on where a zone would be haven't exactly gone your way. Say teams like LVH and Forge that set up on the low ground by Bean, they're all of a sudden not in a great spot anymore, as they've got to move all the way over towards Mill. And even Alliance, who hedged their bets hoping that they would find just a little bit of purchase on the southern end of zone, have now found themselves in a place where it's evac or bust.
Or do they want to rotate all the way from that south side that we see all the action going down? They do have the ping on the evac tower here, Diaz. You could try to explain how this rotate could go for Alliance.
Yeah, Alliance are going to have to oob out here. It would be in Alliance's best interest to contest Passion, especially because Passion are split at the moment. Ultimately, though, taking this spot is going to have to translate into the further control of areas like this, because Aurora will hold this area, LCDF are untouched here, Omit will probably die on this low ground. This is the big spot that is most important, and it's up to Alliance and Passion to determine who gets it.
They take it to the sky, so it's going to be interesting to see where they land, and it's exactly where you had mentioned, Dia, by this rock where it covers their backs and prevents any of these other teams from trying to grief them from the same high ground here. The only other team that they're right next to, though, is one of the members of Passion that were trying to hold a different split position.
Putting themselves in between everybody from Passion and the sight lines of every player in the lobby. Perhaps Alliance moved ahead of Passion too early, because while this ridge line is important, I think they're suffering the consequences of everybody knowing that it is.
And the early rotate, and when you come from the skies, everybody sees that you could possibly be at a disadvantage right now. But look who is right next to Alliance. It is going to be Forge that are taking some shots. They try to back away in time. Alliance cannot fully commit here because they still have to keep Passion behind them in check.
Especially now with one down. Passion aren't going to be able to push. Alliance got to reset. And that was after a Kraber shot from Impulse changed everything. Again, Aurora, be it 07, be it now Alliance, they are really causing trouble for teams that they are nowhere near. Alliance still play this out as a duo. They need a third.
Aurora playing off the high ground rock, that neighbor's mill right now. They are griefing all the teams in their line of sight with that Kraber. Team Portugal get eliminated. Scan trying to find them from right below here. They see the care pack has been opened right here to see if the Nate could do it. 2 rats with controller also get eliminated in your feeds here. And the Mirage is still in this lobby.
Nice shots from Fuda. A knock as well. That one being onto noises means that we are likely gonna get teams like Na'Vi and Cybercats on the low ground going down. Passion, for all that they don't have next ring, have collected a respectable bit of kills so far. What they need, however, is to wipe Alliance, and there's just no good way to do it. Ults are available, and we did talk about this earlier. Using your ults at the same time might be just what they need to disrupt Alliance, who do not have a combat ult with the Valkyrie. Ooh. That's my mistake.
Just trying to rotate it in here. Teams remaining made in heaven, trying to fight their way with Omit being right in front of them, the gatekeepers of this next circle for them as they work with little to no cover and the circle closing in right behind them.
Made in Heaven's journey is going to be real difficult. Another spot where I'm just going, man, Catalyst would have made this so easy, but unfortunately not being in the meta makes it so much more difficult. Tax makes it in. Alliance still defend against Passion. Their ults should be at least partially available. We're still waiting on Rolling Thunder. It's a tactical retreat from Alliance, getting cover where they can around these rocks. But Unlucky keeps the high ground, keeps putting pressure down onto Passion, can't afford to be swung. Instead, he takes down 0-0 and essentially has won the fight for Alliance. Another squad crests, though. It's LVH contesting Alliance for the win.
They try to take on the opportunity. They try to third party at the right time, but Alliance immediately look around. Unlucky, still healthy, could go for the shield swap, but he loses out on effect, and Hawkeys has to turn around. They get pinched. Alliance get eliminated, and Na'Vi have been going crazy in the feed with the Kraber. Now, as a duo, claim the high ground.
The fact that it's as a duo as well, they should have died at Cito. Passion had the angle, but the fight against Alliance took precedent, and understandably, LVH are now left as a solo alive. We've still got plenty of room, though, and we haven't even talked about Aurora in a while. They've been bullying squads, but right now, they have an incredible position to farm up kills and likely, Vicky, to win the game.
Stop, there's no way. Again, they just get everything, taking it out of everybody in this lobby. Aurora sit in such a great spot as LVH get eliminated. Liciter Fonz playing on the other side. Oirain is taking a ride somewhere else, trying to work around Liciter Fonz as 9 Impulse is forced to just find his way down, but they're actually coexisting here with Liciter Fonz playing off this low ground.
Important note for Aurora as well, as powerful as their position is, they're literally running out of ammo, Vicky. They haven't been close enough to anyone they've killed to actually have sustain. Omit, survive. Omit, who are in a position to make land if they just stay alive. Managed to, with smokes and a nice bit of cover, at least keep it going for now, but a swing from the bottom takes out Blasts. Omit, from 4th place, could still fall.
Na'Vi now fully trying to send it here with Blast going down. Luca being alive. He pops a piece of the HUD. He's playing up the knockdown, but there's too much health on the other side while Light was trying to restabilize. Doesn't even have a shield bat. He's forced to use the small shields while Aurora still trying to take this fight against Liciter France off the low ground here. They're too distracted. Na'Vi actually may sweep this India.
Oh no, but the lifeline is Hardeki left standing! This changes everything! The split second that Na'Vi took to wipe out Omid has let the reset happen for Hardeki, for Aurora!
The script writes itself. Aurora is looking to take another one home. Our last 2 teams, it is Na'Vi versus Aurora, and Hardeki Lifeline has helped restabilize this whole team.
Lifeline re-enters the meta. Lifeline shatters EMEA, and Aurora win the regional finals here in EMEA, sending themselves to the playoffs in style.
There's a reason why this team is staying on top within EMEA. They already punched their ticket into LA to play for Split 1 LAN, and they're here to take the regional final while they were at it, Dia.
That was an incredible sequence of play, and in VOD review, Na'Vi, Omit are gonna watch that and go, what if? Especially Na'Vi, who with a split second of difference could have changed everything, and very much did. Omit's survival up until 3rd place was absolutely necessary, and even then, Vicky, it's incredibly close to being on the line. We know that Aurora qualified. We know they just won regional finals and it was wild. But did Omit and their heroic story today take them far enough to make playoffs as well?
We have to do the math. We have to find out the overall standings because they may have by a crumb, Dia. We have to check. What's extra crazy was how we highlighted this team in the pre-show. They were 12th place in the overall standings. They were tied with Forge. The chance, everything was in their favor. They've only ramped up. That's why I gave them like a 65% on their progress bar. And they've only been consistent with high numbers. But they showed up for regional final. But is it enough? We already knew where it was going. But is it enough for teams like Omit to scathe by for top 8?
Those questions are going to be answered by people like Zephyr, who are doing a lot of math behind the scenes. I, for one, so overwhelmed by the action that we saw today. And Omit, to your credit, Vicky, you saw this coming. I did not. Took a massive step up.
I got to bring back Rainbow. I would crunch up all the numbers because what an end game that was. Omit stayed alive for as long as they can. But Na'Vi woke up, but they woke up maybe a little too late to the very end there. But they had nothing to worry about.
Well, Na'Vi working 2 out of 3. Omit just trying to stay alive to 3rd place. And Hardeki going from 1 to 3 with those clutch lifeline reses. It seems like that was the lucky number. But who ended up on top yet again? It was Aurora. Vicky, Dia, 5 of the 7 days they've played in our Split 1 Pro League, they have won, including these regional finals. It is an incredible showcase of what a dominating performance looks like. And it may be one of the, if not the most dominating split performances we've ever seen from a team. And what a time to do it, heading into the announcement of our land in Los Angeles. So many things upon. But let's talk about a little bit before we show the overall results and see if Omit made it in, how we got here. Game 6, we talked about a little bit at halftime with Jayhawk. So game 7 was kind of where things kicked back off here. And to me, Dia, help us go through this one, because as we walk through 7 and 8, it led into this conversation of, did these teams lose the moment that they had captured so early? And it kind of felt that way.
It certainly does. And Rainday, I got to bring this back to an age-old question. You've come from MOBAs, you'll understand. Did somebody dodge the skill shot, or did somebody miss the skill shot? This is what that feels like to me, is because looking at teams like LVH and Made in Heaven, they played so remarkably throughout the day. It's hard to say that they fumbled, especially when their play was so consistent, even coming up on final games. Say LVH, Made in Heaven, both positioned really well for this. Omit, right alongside them, did as well. But a lot of this comes down to how other squads are playing as well. And I got to give credit where it's due. Those teams that did take wins, that did deny Made in Heaven and LVH, it deserved just as much, if not more, credit for being able to do so.
Well, I also love how the Hammer Points got a little bit of love here from Nasky. 07, they said hello. They saluted just to say we're here in this lobby. They do come into this day 4th place in EMEA. That will shift up most likely as we get our final results. But going into this next game, game 8, Vicky, you were just here. I mean, Aurora, they do everything they need to do to close it out. But it wasn't, it felt like it could have gone a couple of ways.
It could have. Can you imagine if Na'Vi did have their lifeline to the very end of that game, though? What that could have done, the lifeline v lifeline. I mean, who is actually the lifeline at the very end of the day? And in this case, it was Aurora's side. But Omid also having to battle through the trenches, being more out in the open. Na'Vi was closer to Omid and cut them in the middle of that rotate, which still provided time for Aurora to completely restabilize, thanks to Hardeki being the last one alive at the end of their fight with Lecite Franz. And then they were then able to re-engage just as quickly versus the duo that was left, that was Na'Vi.
It's an incredible showcase of what this legend means. It's not really been a common opportunity to see Lifeline showcased in high-level Apex play, but we've seen it ever since Season 20 launched, and we've seen Hardeki become the poster child for this. And with those 2 reses, you see the power of it. It goes from Hardeki, who normally would have been extremely exposed trying to get that res by himself, totally able to be pushed by 2 players, turns into now he can keep the pressure up and they get to reset. It's basically a done deal here. And Aurora, like you mentioned, they shatter EMEA, Tia, and they keep their wins rolling. 22 points there, but most importantly, the win. Not a Svensier, a banger of a game though, Vicky. 17 kills. And the question is that everyone's looking at is Omit. Did they do enough from 12th to get all the way up? We'll find out in a second. Our bottom 10 teams, though, teams who in this last game, you never know when it is going to end, but they gave it their best. ANC outplayed 7 points. Full English, they got 5. Go Next as well with 2R1C added 4 to the tally. Cold, 07 not able to get the job done then after winning the game before 07. But here it is. This is the moment we've been waiting for.
This is it.
I want to get your reactions. Oh, maybe we're not there. Maybe a little bit more of a tease for those overall standings. I would ask the question, but I'd rather, I'd rather like wait and see and get a reaction. I think it's a drum roll moment. Like, you gotta go. Okay, here it is. I'm getting it. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second here. Okay, these are our overall results for sure. Look at that. Aurora up top. Omid gets second. Made in Heaven third. LVH fourth. Fifth Alliance. We still don't know what this means for the overall, but for today, we know Aurora's winning, and we know Omid were able to grab this the highest they could, Vicky.
I mean, with 37 extra points to what they already had with 66, that sets them at 103. They could have maybe done it here. This is crazy.
Maybe.
Sitting at the edge of my seat, though, right now, it really comes to highlight teams like Aurora. As dominating as they are, it's the consistency that is needed for LAN. Can they continue that domination against the other teams that have made it through from all other regions on that big stage? That is really what comes into play here for a team like this.
Well, Dia, let's set the kind of conversation. 07, a team who's in 4th. They go to 10th. We have a 2R1C. They were kind of sitting at 7th. A lot of these teams overall kind of bounce between the top 10 where they already are, except LVH and Omid. So you got to give a ton of credit to them really jumping up and having their best performance maybe of the split.
Yeah, teams that clearly did their homework. If you're looking at a team like LVH, who I can assuredly say did not make it to LAN despite an incredible performance today, this is where you can carry this momentum, perhaps not into the playoffs, but certainly into next split. You cannot, if you're performing in the regional finals like this, be giving up what you had, be changing your roster. LVH, I want to see them stick together because it is so exceptionally clear that they have something that no other team has been able to find.
Now it is time. We wanted to know one question. Did Omid do enough to climb from 12th place outside of our 8 qualified teams with their performance today to book their ticket to Los Angeles? The results are ready. Let's bring them up on the screen and see if they were able to make it. They did! Oh, Mitz! They have made LAN with that performance, 3 points just ahead of Lecite de France. What a moment. Congratulations to Omid. Vicky, Dia, and I'll start with you, Vicky. They did it. They had a goal. What a moment for this team.
What they needed was 3rd place at the end of the day or even higher, and they performed. They came, and they find themselves going to LAN. Look at that. Look what this also means for teams like E6 and the Citerfans tied with 84 points, booted out of the top 8. Are you kidding me?
Le Cite de France, they had 79 points going into this. They only got 5 more. Omit got 13 more points. They were down by 13 points from them, and they still made it ahead.
This is an incredible performance, bar nothing from Omit to take this out of LCDF and Element 6's hands. I want to look a little further down the leaderboard as well at Passion, who have jumped up 4 places during the course of today, mirroring Omit's journey. Well, they miss out on playoffs. We had a lot of teams that overperformed when it mattered most.
It's a great showcase of talent, of really the complexity of this sometimes format that can mean everyone is moving at the same pace and you're just trying to inch your way ahead to get that little result. That 1 point, that 1 10-second moment could be the difference. Omit staying alive into 3rd place and not dying to Navi in 4th place. Was that the difference? Could it have been? Oh my God. Yeah, it is an exciting time in the ALGS. Omit just barely squeaked by, and they have booked their tickets to LAN. We had a chance to talk with Blast a few weeks ago. Vicky, tremendous interview, but also just a really great team who had their eyes set on it and had a great back half of this event. And as the split kept on, we saw this from starting out in round 1, their first day, 2 points. 8 points. 3 points. Excuse me. I'm going all between 3 points and then 4 points to do that. And they'll go 18, 5, 18, 18, and then 21. I mean, what a shift for a team. That's maybe one of the most dramatic shifts we've seen in the back half of the season.
It was the change of the season that they started going absolutely nuclear. A story that's as old as time at this point, because we keep highlighting how there's so many teams that have shifted away. But I just want to highlight Made in Heaven is an unsigned team that finished in 4th. And now is the golden era for a lot of teams entering into the competitive Apex Legends space. Made in Heaven is definitely one of those teams that went nuclear today. But it's just crazy to think that we're going to have some iconic names not be at LAN that did not squeeze by because teams like Omit just popped off today.
Yeah, I mean, when you're staring ahead of a day like this, and I'm just again looking at just my charts. I mean, down 13 points even from the position of qualifying. They're really down 18 points overall from where E6 start the day. Just an incredible journey from a team who never gave up and pulled 21 points out of it to win. And yes, that's the great story on one side. We hoped it would be. We did see one. But on the other side of things, this is a global story. It's not just an EMEA story because we've seen one team dominate, and they dominated today, and that's why this tournament is over. But I got to give a shout out to one special player on that team who has gone through a very special journey to get back. It's your MVP for today, Hardeki, or you might know him as the Grim Reaper. This man does not take any prisoners, and when he calls your name, it is time that you go to sleep and don't wake up. That's what he means when he comes through, and he does it again, but this time on a character that is traditionally in a support role. Season 20 opened the door for Hardeki, not only competitively with 9 Impulse and Oi Rain saying, let's put this together in a way we hadn't thought of before and add Hardeki to the mix, but also with Lifeline and a new way to capitalize on this season that people had struggled with. They said, we're going to believe in ourselves. We're going to believe in this method. And from every moment, every survey beacon scanned, every Lifeline care package dropped, every support bin open, every prowler done, they have found a way to look like one of the most clinical teams, not just in EMEA, but in the world. If you have one up, you have a chance now with Lifeline to have 2 getting back up as well with them just as fast. And Hardeki and the boys prove it. That's why he's your MVP for today. So great to see one of the biggest names in Apex coming back into full form. It is making for a scintillating return to the biggest stage ever at LAN. 7,000 damage today, 18 kills, 11 assists. Hardeki, congratulations on your play. Vicky, any thoughts on Hardeki here?
The fact that he continues to be the legend that he is and is doing it, I'm not even surprised here. He's always showing up in the way that he has, and I really hope that we get to see him at LAN this time around too.
Just quick touch on Hardeki Dia. You know, he's one of the legends in the game, and it's so cool to see him back in form at the biggest stage.
It really is. And I am going to tie this back into something we talked about earlier, where we're seeing a lot of big names in EMEA miss out on LAN this time around. It was a big focal point when we found out who's actually going. What I've got to ask here is with that, I think a lot of it is caused by the fact that EMEA doesn't have as many spots to send to international competition right now.
Yes.
Because they've underperformed in previous LANs. Can this Aurora, can Hardeki change that, and at the spear front of EMEA right now, take back LAN spots and bring EMEA back into the spotlight?
That is a great point. I think so. You know, when you talk about skill, there's no problem. You talk about skill and brains and understanding of the game. EMEA has plenty of that, and there's a reason that they're able to do incredible things, kind of like jumping from 12th place all the way into booking their tickets to Los Angeles to join us at the Galen Center in May. One of those people we've got standing by, it's none other than Omits Blast joining us here for an interview to talk about their incredible performance this morning, this afternoon, wherever you are. Blast, it's great to have you here. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. Congratulations, first of all, Blast. We talked to you a few weeks ago. You guys said you figured it out. Well, you certainly did. I want to know how you're feeling. You obviously have the news that you guys have made LAN. How does it feel? Walk me through what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty lost for words at the moment, because for us to do what we did was like 1 in 100, 1,000 maybe. Who knows? We just, I don't know. I'm so happy right now. I'm very, very speechless, to be honest with you.
But you know, that's the thing. It is so surprising. Did you even expect this of yourself?
Yeah, I always knew that we could do it. I mean, the first thing we always said to each other was, we are a LAN caliber team, and we know we can do it. You know, the beginning of Pro League was really rough for us, and it was a pretty eye-opening experience, I think. And I don't really know exactly what changed. We did a lot of work, but something in there paid off, I guess.
I want to ramp up off of that point actually that you just made. Obviously, you guys had a very rough start to the season. Now you've ramped up. I mean, is there anything that season 20 specifically has changed for your team? I mean, mindset-wise, it sounds like you guys were able to use that confidence and just continue dominating for the last match days that you guys had to play in. But it really looked like that change shifted once season 20 dropped. Did anything specifically happen there?
To do with the meta as well, I guess the meta completely changed, and it changed how we had to look at things and our perspective. We had to rethink the whole game as well, which is probably for the best, because what happening before wasn't working. Originally, there was just a mix of bad calls, stupid mistakes, really, really stupid mistakes. And I think once we swapped over to the next meta, we all kind of realized what we needed to do. And we each focus on doing our jobs and building on each other and improving.
You know, you mentioned from the very beginning when you were talking to Rain Day that you knew when you got together that you're a LAN caliber team, and yet you got very close to not making it. And congratulations, of course, for doing so. But there are a lot of teams who I think at the end of this split are saying, well, I thought we were LAN caliber and haven't made it. How did you, even when you were struggling, keep that faith, not just in yourself, but in your team, to make sure that you were able to make it to today and play as well as you have?
Honestly, I think all of us have never wanted anything more in our life. I think that's the simplest answer. I've been doing this, as we said last time, for 4 years, and I hadn't ever been to a LAN. It's been such a long journey, and having someone like Lufka on our team, who's already been to LAN and performed amazingly, and then Light's just an incredible IGL. It just didn't feel like there was any way we couldn't do it. Even with the bad days, I knew that we were capable of doing it, and it's worked out.
We're assuming that's a scream of happiness behind you over there, Blast.
Yeah, I think it is. I think my family might have been watching this stream.
Okay, we're just hoping. We're just hoping. We are on a bit of a delay, so you know, in case we got to stop the interview.
I'm pretty.
You're safe. Okay. Before we let you go, you know, it's rare to have a moment like this. It's really not happened much in the ALGS. So soaking that up and understanding that you did this, that you guys made this happen. You saw the light at the end of the tunnel when nobody else did, or everyone tried to, but you were the ones who emerged at the end of the day. What does this mean now that you're going to land for your confidence heading into it, knowing that even when it sometimes looks dark, you guys have proven that you can find a way?
Honestly, it means everything. It's like you said, no matter what happens, we know that we can do it. And this has shown it. This has proven it. You know, we had I've probably never had a worse start to a Pro League in my life. And somehow we just came back out of nowhere and did this. So I think anything's possible at this point.
Well, I know you got a lot of fans blast. I know you got some screams at home, and they're good ones. So I'm going to let you go enjoy and entertain those. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, being a vet, 4 years in the Pro League, and now congratulations on getting your first LAN opportunity. We'll see you there.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Blast, ladies and gentlemen, of Omits, who's made it. Vicky, always just a pleasure to talk to him. And, you know, overall on the day, it's interesting. We kind of have a chance to focus a lot on the top teams, but in EMEA, in this case, the top team was kind of the top team going in. We expected it, and they did it. So the story shifted to Omit a little bit as kind of this underdog that people are really rooting for. What's your takeaway having watched EMEA now that we've got our EMEA team set for our Los Angeles playoffs?
My success rate for the outlier teams prevails. I was calling out Omit with the 65% chance of making it in comparison to the other 3 teams that we had highlighted. But honestly, just to wrap up here, I'm so happy we could finally crown our EMEA qualifiers for LAN, because these teams have done so much between having to adjust to a completely new meta that we heard Blast just talk about, find that new confidence. We're talking about teams that were barely able to put points on the board from the very beginning of the split, now find their way into LAN for the very first time of their entire professional careers. And it's so nice to see this. It's very refreshing, and it highlights how anything could happen in the world of competitive Apex.
Well, it's great to have your voice lent to these games, and thank you so much for everything. We're going to be seeing more of you, of course, Vicky. And Dia, to close out the day on your end, you had a lot of predictions, a lot of thoughts around this. You mentioned, too, appropriately, some teams, they're not going to LAN here. But what's the takeaway, the big one for you as we close out the day?
I'm somebody that always has more questions than answers, unfortunately, Rainday. So when I'm looking at the end of today, we're seeing reinforced that Aurora is far and away the best team in EMEA. They've shown it to us throughout the split, and now that we get to see them on match point format this split, they reinforce that once again. So I walk away from this going, well, EMEA is clearly amazing. They're so much fun to watch with the amount of spots that they have. And with the teams that we're sending, can Aurora be as dominant internationally as they were here? I can only hope that the answer is yes.
Well, that is an answer that we will have to wait to find out. You two have done a great job today. Get some rest. We'll be seeing you a little bit later for North America. If those watching this are going to stay up, or if that's it, say goodbye to Dia and Vicky. Thanks so much for everything. Coming up, as I mentioned, North America is right around the corner, and maybe it's late at night for you if you're watching EMEA, but I think this one is worth staying up because you got regional finals with the 2 LAN winners we've ever had in Apex Legends. That's Dark Zero and that's TSM. They're going head-to-head to try to qualify. Dark Zero pretty secure. TSM, some funky things could happen. They'll be looking to perform. Furia, Complexity on top of their game in the best of best ways. Monsoon bringing the energy. And he's going to have to go up against Optic Gaming. Dropped, trying to get that Gibraltar going early. He's abandoned it, but it doesn't mean that they've abandoned playing excellently. And XSET, always a threat, sitting outside of qualification right now. Nocturnal and the boys do not want to let that happen. Alongside the likes of LG, Luminosity, obviously SSG. We've got Cloud9 back in Apex. We've got Elevate, DSG, Sentinels, Moist, Oxygen Esports, all ready to play, and that is coming up just in a little bit. probably less than a couple of hours. And of course, if you're interested in the Challenger Circuit, you see Made in Heaven, all that they were doing. Well, this could be you. Sign up for the Challenger Circuit. Registration closes on March 20th. And between the 23rd and the 25th, you can have that Challenger Circuit 3 going on. Also for April 6th through 8th, the registration closes on April 3rd. So if you missed this one, you can hopefully make the next one. Of course, if you want to stay tuned with everything happening with us as well, make sure to follow Play Apex Esports on X and also on twitch.tv/PlayApex or Play Apex Esports on YouTube. Great channel, lots of content, and all the VODs from today will be there alongside highlights like final circles and short tidbits from your pros and special POVs you maybe didn't catch here. Of course, I would be remiss if I didn't say to go get your information on our tickets that have been announced for our LAN happening in Los Angeles. And those tickets, they go live on Friday, March 22nd. So check out this QR code, save it, bookmark it, be the first to be there and get all the info now so you can plan your trip, book your hotels, and be a part of what is certainly going to be a legendary Apex event. LAN, always some of the best things in Apex to do. Now, go ahead, play the game, spend some time in-game, grind some rank. We've got a few more hours before NA, but of course, we will try to see you there. So remember, never give up, never stop gaming. We'll see you in just a bit.